slow vibes, screens, my playground, late night, headphones in, lost in sound, virtual world spinning out. Level up, eyes wide, sorry, questing through pixels, I'm sorry, pressing buttons like spells cast in a game where time won't last. Pixel dreams in my head, gaming till my eyes turn red. High school shining, can't ignore. In this world I crave some more. Pixel dreams in my head, gaming till my eyes turn red. High school shining, can't ignore. In this world I crave some more.
What's up, guys and girls? It's me, the Jackie. Woo, the Jackie. I'm still a little. La 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 la. Oh, why didn't you start? Should be capturing that, right? Oh, of course not. You're not gonna. Eh. Being a dog. Why are you not working? You're pointed at the right spot. A little tired today, guys. Sorry. Give me a sec. So you are playing. Oh, duh. No, I have no idea if that's actually. Wait. There we go. Being weird. But what isn't these days, right? So So anyways, what's up chat boys and girls? I am Jackie and yeah, I'm like the I don't even know what I am anymore. I'm me. I'm a lot of things. What I am just doesn't make sense anymore. I saw this and I just couldn't resist, so why do you not show up? What the fuck? Why are you not? Swear to God, sometimes. Streaming's hard, guys. Don't let anybody ever tell you any different. Because streaming is a pain in the ass sometimes. Like, I'm not gonna lie to you. Let's get this audio back. So, anyways, that's a few hours ago. 1:06 p.m. my time, so about 4 hours. Thousands of pro-Palestine protesters and activists were lighting off smoke bombs and flares they plan on to surround the White House. Currently, DC Metro and police are on high alert as thousands of pro-Palestine protesters and activists have gathered outside the White House in Washington, D.C. as they light up smoke bombs and flares as they protest for Palestine. I'm listening to Zelda Jazz. Get over it. As they erect a large-scale fence around the White House in anticipation of this weekend's Gaza protests. Look at this video. So as you can tell, the whole Palestine thing just keeps getting more and more annoying, if anything. I mean, I disagree with, you know, anything that could cause bodily harm to people. You can be, you can be peacefully dissonant. I've done that all of my life. But apparently a lot of people don't seem to understand that that's the nature of the United States. It's supposed to be peacefully dissonant people. I have no idea if anybody's talking, I'm sorry. If you're talking via YouTube, I may not be able to see you. Because, well, this stuff seems to break constantly for some reason. Mostly because I apparently don't have a YouTube chat. What the fuck? I don't even know what people are watching me on. Probably X. Who isn't tired these days? Okay. So, anyways, yeah, this is something that's rather fucking annoying. Oh, I'm actually streaming at the right rate on freaking Twitch for once. I must have impressed somebody. I must have sucked the right dick or something. I don't know. Hope meets Canadians, a laughing sentiment. Vatican. Yeah, like, seriously, ugh. that to that capture, because I believe that works right. Yeah, that works right. Good. Gonna look at some news articles, some boring old fucking news articles. New York governor defends blocking plan that would toll Manhattan drivers to pay for subway repairs. Burbank police officers. It's LA. That seems to happen constantly. Virgin Galactic completes final space flight before 2-year pause. Well, that doesn't surprise me. Python swallows woman hole in Indonesia. Kind of a kink. I'm not gonna lie to you. That's kind of a kinky thing right there. U.S. Coast Guard joint operation sees $63 billion worth of cocaine at Florida Point. Hell yeah! Sharks. Israel, Hamas. I don't really care. Father transgender attack. Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. When it comes to the transgender thing, I don't really give that much of a fuck, but I have stated several times that I believe in age limits, so don't be attacking your local trannies. Like, believe it or not, some trannies just want to live in peace. Father of a Minnesota transgender high school. I just want to know, like, some of the details, and I don't think I'm gonna get any of the details. Who we got closer? We got Straits Times. Father of a transgender teen attacked in school says attacker should face criminal charges. Father of a Minnesota teenager, or transgender high school student who says she was beaten in school and said Thursday he wants students who beat or harass his daughter to face criminal charges. Mark Walton Tony tells CNN his 17-year-old daughter, Cobalt Sovereign, a junior at Hopkins High School in Minnesota, was in the school bathroom last Thursday when a student started calling her trans. She was leaving the bathroom, blah blah. There has to be, well, yeah, you shouldn't really just attack people. Like, if there's a reason, yeah, sure, go for it. If you're defending somebody, yeah, sure, go for it. I've said this many times. I mean, me myself, I take the titty skittles. But what the fuck? I want the other side of the story. Not just not just that. But anyways, today we're going to be searching the depths of Twitter for that's right, UFOs. And I'll do my best to block out any naughty images, but I can't guarantee anything, chat. I'm sorry. We'll do latest. I am totally not just waiting for a video game to download. You can get over that. Oh, that's much better. We're gonna find the Alamels. Let's look at this video. Yeah, I thought that was a smudge on my screen for a minute. That could be a balloon, I guess. Or just some kind of like optical thing. I don't fucking know. But yeah. No, it's cool as hell, actually. I'm not even gonna lie. Whatever the hell that was, it was zooming. It was zooming. Go away. I want to see my chats. My streaming software being asshole. China's asshole. Yeah, Donald Trump, I know what you mean. We got bizarre lights above a city that looks like an airfield. It could be any number of things. It says it's in Puerto Rico. High-speed cocaine delivery. That's what it is. High-speed cocaine delivery. That's actually well made. That's well made. It's fake, but it's well made. It's great. It's great. It's well made. Oh, I just realized it's not cash. Oops. There's a live stream thing open. Is this terrible? Okay. This is what I get for not being being professional, right? I am super professional. That's not what I want. This one? No. Maybe it is this one. Nope. Jackie the Stupids. Is it you? Nope. Oh. The problem is now you're gonna hear an echo the way that works, I think. This is never good. It doesn't want to pick it up. Which is dumb.
Like 11 years ago, the US government reached out to me because I'm an expert on head injuries, on brain injuries, traumatic brain injuries, and they had all these court cases from families of US servicemen, over 100, who'd been killed by UFOs. The Department of Defense was refusing to give them death benefits or medical benefits. And he's like, so they're in the courts. And I was like, there are over 100 servicemen killed by UFOs? Like, what? He's like, yeah. And there are court cases about it. I'm like, why isn't this on the front page of the New York Times? I don't know. And in a number of cases, these things have landed on military bases, including famously in Germany, in West Germany in the 70s. And servicemen have approached them. And they approach and they get traumatic brain injury, or they're killed. And he studied their brains. We got a call from the...
Apparently, if you approach a UFO, you get a traumatic brain injury, or you're like fucking killed. That's the thing. That's some shit. This video looks cool. It's got the bun in it. Oh, look at that. Clouds. Bit of the glow off the reflection of the mon. Pretty nice pretty nice camera you got there, but oh, we got some lights on the mon. See the shadows. Not 100% believing in that one. What do we got here?
So, hey Yaz, what does it look like?
Obviously Iron Man. Manually stabilized. Sun reflecting off the top of the object. Could be. Could be. What we got here? Looks like a rocket or something. That could just be a cloud, bruh. There's definitely a space shuttle. I don't know what that is. That's the belly tank. Of something. I don't know what that is. Interesting. 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 Not really. Sometimes.
Look!
That's cool.
You need to get the boy!
You need to get the boy. We all need to run away. There's a strange light up in the sky and we all need to run away. Alright, enough looking at UFOs. Jesus fucking Christ. I'm trying to avoid the case with the transgender lady that shot up that school in Tennessee. I have a video in the works for it, but thank you for asking. You know, most people would actually sit here and do research on what they want to talk about. Ukrainian forces push back in Kharkiv, Zelensky vows victory. Something about that just does not sound right to me, though. I mean, some of this is war stage propaganda, obviously. Like, I don't really care about Star Wars. Washington, D.C. Don't care about Ukraine. Cybertruck is still in the news because we have nothing to talk about. Social media. Oh boy, what's the new trend? Can you cook? I can cook. Je ne sais quoi. Parlez-vous en français? Sprechen the Dutch. E amo italiano. So I'm bilingual. Can I dance? Well, I used to dance. Warble out my knee. Fuck no, I can't sing. I suck at driving, but I have a driver's license. Right. Apparently. Draw. It made my VTuber avatar. Paint? No, I'm no artist. Climb? I used to do that a lot. Pose? I used to do that. Martial arts? Sorta. Edit videos and photos. Well, I did that up until Adobe fucked me over. Ride a bike. Squeak, yeah. Play instruments. I used to be a guitarist in a band. Makeup. Well, yeah. Public speaking. No, I'm too autistic for that. There's your answers. Your answers have been given. Kingdom Hearts 4, a long wait for a new era. Sit in the Helm. Story 5, Pixar fans divided. Sonic X, Shadow Generations, Duo's New Adventure Unleashed. Call of Duty Direct. I don't really care. Ukrainian Yak 52, which is used to hunt down Russian reconnaissance UAVs over southern Ukraine. Video from a Russian drone. That's cool and all. Don't stop believing in Ukraine. Don't stop supporting you. Powerful detonation of a Russian tank after meeting with the Ukrainian enemy. Let's check this out. Why do we have to have hard bass? Ruining my chill music going on in the background. What the fuck is wrong with you? What the fuck is wrong with you? Neat. The pretty Republicans, including Chris Christie, are calling for Donald Trump to drop out of the race because he's a convicted felon found beneath the troops. Boy, they have no idea, do they? Ugh. Nvidia outpaces Apple, nears Microsoft's own. That's cool. The Sparks nostalgia and debate over 1,000-year door. War readying. That's right, guys. You gotta get ready for that war. Gotta get ready for that war. You know, it's gotta be a war. For some reason, people want us to be ready for a war. I don't think I want to be ready for a war. I do have some new stuff showing up for streams. I just can't talk about it right yet because I don't have it all ready. I was supposed to have it ready today, but no. Nah, I didn't have it ready today. Just really nothing catching my eye. That's weird. That was Alfred G. Can't even remember the name of him. In for G. Alright. I don't see anything new. I know, what's it called going on. Awesome. Let's talk about those things that only those anime fans out there like, you know? Dragon Ball Sparking Zero will feature a Day 1 Season Pass when it releases in October. Ball of Duty. Look, I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm kinda tired of games having fucking Season Passes. I am sick of every game that you fucking play these days having a Season Pass. It is the most annoying thing in the world. I'm not even fucking lying about it. It is the most annoying thing in the world. It is beyond annoying to me. Just beyond annoying to me. Like, seriously? And I get it. You can buy all of your DLC for cheaper that way, or whatever the fuck you want to say, but it's still kind of annoying. Local Wolf Girl has Blake. Yep, local Wolf Girl has Blake. Although technically I'm a Fox Girl. And Foxy Tail. Look at my fluffy tail. Look at my fluffy tail. Look at my fluffy tail. So, yeah, it's going to have a season pass. Bandai Namco has confirmed that Dragon Ball Sparking Zero will indeed release in October. 11th October to be exact. It will feature a D1 season pass. Bandai Namco also took the opportunity to announce 4 different editions: Standard, Digital Only, Deluxe, Ultimate, and Premium. While I'll give you the base game, you will need to purchase Deluxe, Ultimate, or Premium Edition to get the 3-day early access period, Season Pass, and Season Pass bonus of Summon Shinron. That's right, you gotta pay extra to summon the dragon. You gotta pay extra for that shit. I don't know why you gotta pay extra for that. But you gotta pay extra for that shit. I'm surprised nobody's messaged me. Oh well. Their loss. Jaggy awesome. So, yeah. The season pass includes the first DLC, or 3 DLC pass, which appear to include over 20 additional characters. They're also now pre-West sweetener for anyone looking to pre-order the game ahead of its October release date. For players with their eye on the pricey premium edition, you will get everything above, as well as an Ultimate Edition upgrade pack voucher code, though we don't know what that does, as well as executive cards, a steelbook for a metallic bookmark, and a Lanticure card, and an executive diorama. Click on the image below to get a closer look. Okay, so if you get the standard edition, which I'm going to guess is like probably between $60 and $70, you just get the game. You get the pre-order bonus, but you just get the game if you do that. If you order the digital deluxe, you get base game, season pass, DLC 1 through 3, season pass bonus, Summon Shinron, early access, play 3 days early. The Ultimate Edition, base game, ultimate upgrade, which has Goku super costume with power pole, emote voice set, two player card backgrounds, 1 customization item. Ultimate Edition bonus, which gives you Summon Super Shinron. Season Pass, DLC 1 through 3. Season Pass bonus, Summon Shinron. So you get Super Shenron and Summon Shenron and early access to playing 3 days early. The Premium Edition gives you base game, Ultimate Edition, Upgrade Pack, Voucher Code, the card, Dragon Ball Sparking. There, I hate the fact that there's tiers of gaming now, dude. Do we need tiers of gaming? Do we really need tiers of gaming? Like, I'm serious on this shit. Do we really need some tiers of gaming up in this shit? Cause like, what the fuck? It's kinda cringe. I'm not gonna fucking lie. It's kinda cringe, yo. But that's what you get to look forward to if you're a big Dragon Ball fan. I don't know why everything insists on being a white background. Hurts my eyes. I know a lot of people are talking about Destiny 2. We'll look at Destiny 2. Destiny 2 Final Shape begins the fills, or brings the fills. That new Star Wars shooter is fun. And more of this week's gaming takes. I'm going to be honest with you. I've been interested in none of these. Octopath Travelers on Game Pass, cool. It's all the seasonal content up. I don't know, because the way they've been managing Destiny 2, I just really can't get into it. And you'll never get an SSX game again. I don't know why people keep whining about it. Yeah, no, it just seems to be like, despite the fact that there's an entire game conference going on this weekend. There's a lot of stuff that should be being released and talked about. Literally not much out of the big games. I miss the Gamers Post. God, do I miss the Gamers Post. Gamers Post used to be one of my favorite game news aggravated agitators. Let's see what I've been looking for. Let's see if there's any game versus us. Let's see if that still exists. It does.
Reaching up into the heavens,
Dorfman, listening to Final Shape.
when it's time for this planet to die, you'll understand that absolutely.
No, I never got a dork. I will miss it. Deathless Soldier, I think everybody that's ever played an SSX game misses SSX. Yeah, it will never come back. It's sad. It's true, but it will never come back. Like, I want it to come back. I would love for it to come back because I feel like the action sports genre of games are something that we are severely missing, because the amount of times I logged into Tony Hawk Pro Skater 1 and 2, Tony Hawk's Underground, Tony Hawk's Underground 2. Like, I burnt up entire Xboxes playing Tony Hawk games. Not to mention playing games like Amped and Amp 2, SSX Tricky. Just like, dude, I miss those style of games. And they were perfect when you had friends over and you could co-op, because it was just donking on who could do the best or the most tricks in the shortest amount of time. Like, seriously, or doing or missions where you're just hanging out with your buds, passing a controller and a box of pizza around, as well as smokable vitamins. Dark and Darker is back on Steam. Don't really care. Don't care about Red Dead Redemption 2 because, fucking, it did. Cozy life sim where you turn a small shop into a mega superstore. Retro. Eh. I mean, I watched a whole lot of the fucking direct stuff, and I'm gonna be honest with you, I haven't seen really anything that I care much about. This guy have, yeah, years. Epic Games or Gamer Empire. Gamer Empire still around? Yeah, it looks like it. But it doesn't look like it's been updated all that much, unless Kick just recently came out of. Yeah, this hasn't been updated in a while. No, I don't blame them. There's not a lot of money in the game's news space, believe it or not. There's more news or more money in talking about politics than there is in the game's news space because, well, internet editorial opinion is. Don't really get anything. No, I'm curious about this. Open the link. Oh boy, PC Gamer article. Woo. A demo for First Dwarf is out now. Early access begins later this month. Okay, let's see what it's about. Let's see what's going on.
Every day in Driftlands feels like your first. Perhaps because each nightfall feels like it might be your last. One thing remains constant. Nothing beats the thrill of excitement a new sunrise brings. It's these moments that give you the power to venture out and explore the uncharted.
So far, I'm liking the art style.
Especially when shared with friends. For everything is better in good company. Yet, true purpose is found in having a place you can call home. A place to nurture and care for. Even when you believe your task is complete, there's always another island to chase. Another place that'll make it all feel like it's the first time. I am a first dwarf. I suppose that's something that comes with the job title, right?
That actually sounds pretty cool. Oh, the demo's out for that? Hold on, let me see if I can grab it real quick. And we'll see how it plays. As soon as it downloads. As soon as it downloads, chat, we might see how it plays. Yeah. We'll add that to the queue. Is that out yet? No, that comes out next month. Okay. That's cool. That's fucking sweet, I guess. I don't know. It looks cool. I got the the demo and the download thing going. So like 2 minutes or so. Couple minutes. Oh, it looked pretty neat. What else we got? We have Bogan's Cross. Of course, it does that because this is designed for food. I'm dead out of food. I bought a computer. Game of Hollow Knight is struggling with his faith. He's only one giant teddy. Chip return. Legendary Temple Knight amongst the. Let's see. Nintendo Direct. We got a left. So you
Serve
start
your
off with
God
the ship.
with unyielding devotion.
Unyielding devotion.
Uphold the tenets of our order, forged in the crucible of faith. Walk the path of righteousness, guided by the light of divine purpose. Let not doubt cloud your spirit, nor darkness dim your resolve.
White supremacy.
Remain steadfast, for the journey is long and fraught with peril.
It is long and fraught with peril.
For in the crucible of doubt, we find the strength to persevere. Let faith be your shield, and righteousness your sword.
I don't know how I feel about this one.
Do not be afraid, for he is by your side, lighting your path through the darkness.
It looks weird. I don't know how I feel about it. I really don't. Sorry, chat. I have no feelings on that one. Doesn't look like there's a lot of news though, despite the fact there's multiple game conferences going on. It's kind of sad. I'm not gonna lie. It's kind of sad. Hey, somebody fucking gave me a like on Twitter. Oh god. Oh god. Pope Francis is scheduled to meet with a group of comedians around the. I don't really care. I really don't care about the Pope. He's the fucking Pope. What the fuck would I care about the Pope? I miss that era. I had Tony Hawk Underground on PS2 and SSX on PSP. Very few of the Game Jam stuff really interests me. Currently, I found a few I like though. Are you just watching who got lost in recent years? You you're reminding me when I actually bought a gaming magazine to see what was. Yeah, that's pretty much what I'm doing because, well, I'm going to be honest with you. I haven't seen very much of anything that's interested me in a while. Deathless Soldier. I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. Like, a lot of times I'm shocked. I'm just shocked with how I feel blah about gaming. despite it being the hobby I probably spend the most time on. I mean, I love playing games, but it's gotten to where a lot of the games that I see these days, I don't want to play. If that makes any kind of sense. Like, it's like they don't even fucking, they don't even have anything of super interest in me anymore. Like, so yeah, I'm kind of just looking around, seeing what's up. As I lost chat. Chat disappeared. Oh no. My pop out emergency chat disappeared. Because, well, apparently YouTube doesn't like the way I stream. Just one of those things, I guess. Eh. But yeah, no. Everything I've seen, just like, lately. I have the same aversion currently. I mostly stick to indies or trying to finish backlog. Look, my backlog's going to take me 70 years. I'm not going to lie, my backlog is huge. It's huge. Let's see what this game's about. Let's see. Well, it didn't crash my computer. That's always a good sign, right? Although, I don't want it capturing that way. I want it capturing the right way. Because reasons. Raisins. There we go. Oh god. That's loud. That's loud. That's way too loud. I have over 1,100 games on Steam, so I don't really know how you do that. Between Steam, Xbox, PlayStation, and Nintendo, I probably have approaching that amount. Most of which were gifts. Near 200, yeah. Oh, cute. It starts off with a little animated cartoon where you're saved by a dragon. He's saved by a dragon. Oh, 2,000? Fuck. Dude, there ain't enough time in the world. That's approaching on how many hours I have. That's approaching on how many hours I have in Hawaii. And my head of my Minecraft career. When I was a Minecraft tuber. When I was the Minecraft tuber. I'm terrified to play Minecraft these days because they find out who Jackie is. They might ban anybody that's tangentially known to Jackie. Because that's how it works. Okay, so our blip crashes. Take in mind, this is just the demo. This is just the hype machine.
Thank heavens you're still breathing.
What was that storm?
It wasn't natural for sure.
Oh.
But next time, maybe work on your landing technique.
Just look at the smack. That's what I call good dwarf workmanship. A few dents. That's all. I'll fix it right away. The mech is ready. Time to get in. Now, let's see what's left of the airship.
Chimney. Ah, hammer.
Oh, my hammer. Good thing I didn't fall far.
Okay. Interesting. Here's. Automatically switches to my this is interesting. Well,
Salvage what I could. We can look around. Some pieces might have landed elsewhere. I think it's a good spot. I smell the forest. Time to build a base.
control to inner build. Okay. Yeah, it's not too bad.
We're ready to start a new colony. Wood and stone, or how they say it.
Wood and stone. I think it's a reference to fucking deep water galactic. Kinda weird. Consumption diagram. Build another one of those. Data pipeline, consumption data. Meta wells to structures. Okay. Don't know how you build pipelines. That's neat. You can play as the little dragon. Didn't play Deep Rock myself. None of the friends play it. All of my friends play Deep Rock Galactic. All of them. I don't know why. Actually, I do know why, because Rock and Stone's pretty epic. If you're into that kind of game. There's a bird. Can't do anything to the bird. Okay, I gotta gather more wood. Interesting. It looks like mana is the fuel source. Okay. It looks like it's got a lot of promise. If you're talking about this, if you're talking about Dwarf Forge, or Deep Rock Galactic.
Now it's time for stone.
It's
Wood
Left 4 Dead.
dries and rots. And stone. Stone lasts for ages. You can build a shelter out of wood, but you cannot build a house without stone.
Feels like something.
This looks like a good place to dig.
Wait a moment. Look at these scratches. Somebody has been here before us.
A rock must have broken off. That's it. These are wild lands. We are the first to explore here.
What's that sound?
What is it?
I think something that doesn't want to be our friend.
I have no idea. I was expecting wild animals, but this...
I think it used to be a wild animal.
What on earth happened to it?
I'm not sure. But I think it was something even the songs are afraid to mention.
Something's came from this. Well, if we take out the hole.
No, such things never appear one at a time. It's like an illness spreading through the body. It's only the beginning. You done enough digging?
Yep, that's it. Now we can build a well on the mana spring. The colony building needs mana just like my armor.
And bushes. Okay, so we have to switch to the dragon. Interesting.
I could dig stone all day, but I've sure had enough of cutting wood. It's high time to build a sawmill, power it up with a mana pipeline. Talking about D-Rock, I'm having to push through longer games like these. It's why I place 5 on the rare. I like builders, but suck at retention. Yeah, I understand that. Now, we have to build a stone mine in the quarry and connect it to the pipeline.
You said you could dig stone all day.
Work first, play later.
Yeah, retention's hard. I agree with you there. Retention is very hard. Yay. Hello, the real chicken. How are you?
Done.
Hey, that's done.
The sun is setting.
Not good. We still haven't prepared for unwanted guests.
Expecting someone?
All the filthiest things in this world might be come out at night.
I can breathe fire, but I'm afraid you won't make it.
We could use some defensive colours.
Let's hurry up, my poor defenseless Truth.
Okay. Does it just give me wood if I want mirror? Is that how it works? I don't understand how this works. This is weird. I don't get it. It's kind of cutesy though. We'll give it that. I also don't know how big the demo is for this game, but I tried doing this with Test Drive, but it didn't work. Is that not a crossbow? Yeah, that's what I built. Hi, Murder Drones X. How are you? Welcome to the stream. We're testing out games with a demo that have recently been announced. you. You're going to be fine. Sources of the message. Fudge, a missing tree. Ah, missing tree. I'm surprised nobody's joined chats. Okay, that's not connected. Second one. Wow. Anyways, yeah, it seems this game plays the way I expected it to play. Which isn't bad. Just not my style. Boom. Where the hell did my mouse go? Mouse, where the fuck are you? There you are. I'm bad about losing my mouse. I'm not that smart. I'm kinda dumb. Russia has officially declared the United States an enemy for the first time, making significant escalation in international tensions. This declaration comes amid deteriorating relations between the two countries, with Russia reportedly considering deployment of long-range missiles to other countries and the revival of the Russian warships in Havana next week. The move has sparked concerns and discussions among social media users, highlighting their worries about global security and international relations. Man, that's not good. It's not good at all. It's actually kind of terrible. It's scary even. I'm terrified. I'm shaking in my boots. I'm terrified, guys. It's scary out there. Ooh. So, yeah, apparently we have hidden intentions. This is just a chat about nothing stream. I'm just randomly interspersing games because I can. Just as a warning. Russian Yeltsin IMSF joins Cuba exercises near US. Russia officially labels United States an enemy state for the first time. Ugh. Well, I mean, it is our own fault. Like, beyond our own fault. Oh, apparently, somebody said one of the things that you're not allowed to say in my chat. Sorry, the real chicken. That happens. I have people that, will just... YouTube will get rid of you for attacking me because, well, you know, it's YouTube. Same thing with Twitch. That's why I... Plus, my moderators are very silent but vengeful. Russia basically declares the United States enemy for the first time constantly. World War III. Russian warships have docked it. Why does everything have to have music? Hey, look at that. It's a Russian warship, guys. It's a Russian warship. You see the Russian flags? But we're not in a state of war or anything. Don't worry about it. It's all good. It's all good. I don't think we're going to see anything for a little bit. At least I hope not. Besides, the United States is a little bit broken. Hey, look, we were talking about Civ 5. Me and Dazzle Soldier were talking about it, right? Civ 7.
Study the past if you would define the future.
All are architects of fate, working in these walls of time.
I think I knew that. Third world South Africa. I wouldn't call it. I'm gonna be honest with you. I know South Africa has its problems, but I think I would rather be there if the big boys started fighting than where I'm at. Like literally, if you walk outside, there's a nuclear base.
Study the past if you would define the future.
But I also understand being
All
South
are
African.
architects of
Being
fate,
so-
working in
It's
these
weird.
walls of time.
Let us all for death prepare. Or on the last great journey.
I'm just a broke American. At the end of the day, that's all I ever will be is a broke American.
Ingloriously and without a struggle. But let me first do some great thing that shall be told among men.
Yeah, but I want to see gameplay.
Each of us shall endure this world.
I want to see gameplay for Axis. Let me see gameplay. The teaser's nice and all, but I want gameplay.
Your names shall not be lost.
So it shall be.
So it shall be.
Yeah, I would like gameplay, man. See, that's the other thing. I live near a nuclear base, but at the same time, I'm not as worried about it being hit because tensions between states are very high right now. And this is not a pro-government state. Although the Civ game, it will most likely be the same. Well, okay, I'm gonna be weird about this. Drink my pressurized water. Take my iodine pills, because there's Russian warships off the coast of my country. I'm gonna be weird about this. When it comes down to it, I like Civ 5. Civ 3 and 4 are my favorites. Probably because the mods for Civ 4 I remember really vastly loving. Civ 5 I liked a lot without mods. Civ 6 I'm not a huge fan of. Because there are certain things in Civ 6 I didn't like. So, yeah, I would like to see gameplay. And unlike some people, it wasn't because of the hex grid mapping. I actually like the hex grid mapping. But yeah, no. It's coming in 2025, so hopefully we still have a country when it releases. Hopefully the United States is still around. I'll definitely probably grab people for it. Adobe. So what made 3 good was it corrected a lot of the issues that 2 had without changing the formula from 1 too much. Like, one of the mass improvements in 5 is hex gridding. Everything before that was square gridding. But 3 had a better balance. It didn't have all this grand idealism without finished systems. It was more polished. And the same can be said for 4. 5... A lot of people hated 5, but I liked 5, especially after its first expansion. 6, I just never could get into. Like, 6 is just not my, my bailiwick. So yeah, I understand not playing any other. I've probably played the most in 5. Because that hex mapping makes things so much easier. Hey, something that affects me. Adobe is facing backlash from users and creative community due to changes to its users agreement that grant the company a royalty-free license to reproduce, display, distribute, or any content created using its software. This has led to widespread criticism and concern among artists and creators, prompting many to consider switch to alternative software like Clip Studio Paint, Affinity, and Kurita. Notable figures in the creative industry, including Alton Brown and Damien Monoletti, have publicly expressed their discontent are reviewing their use of Adobe products. The controversy has sparked discussions on the ethics of such user agreements and their potential impact on the creative industry. I noped 6 when it first came out. I was given 6 by a friend because we used to play Civ a lot together. And yeah, it's not that I noped a lot, it was just there's a lot of promise in 6, but they really needed time to flesh out the mechanics. Oh, it is terrible. So, anybody that's followed my channel for a long time, and I know one of the people that are watching right now, because they have my personal phone number, they've been my friend since I had 1 subscriber, and they're the one that pushed me into this originally, way back in the day. I also helped coordinate the first VTuber model, believe it or not. Well, we'll tell you that back when I did edited content, back before the VTuber stuff, back before I started trying to innovate and push myself to be more creative on stream, I used Adobe. In fact, it's about the only video editor I actually know is Adobe Premiere, believe it or not. I'm a one-trick pony. But their license change, and I heavily disagree with this because I have clients in real life that don't want their stuff leaked all over the net when I edit it for them. But their licensing change has stated that Adobe owns the rights to anything that you create in their software. This also means memes, by the way. They don't want you making memes in their software, and they can also lock your account. Now, I don't know how it works in other countries, but in the United States, when you have a Adobe CC account and you pay for the suite of tools, you sign a 2-year contract. I have a 2-year contract with Adobe. Well, I think my contract's expired, but so they can lock it, but I'm still going to have to pay because I guaranteed them 2 years of money per month for that contract. That is how Adobe's doing this. Not to mention they can steal any of the work from your account and use as their own, using their own projects, their own showcasings without giving you any money, any rights, any accreditation, anything like that. Now, they said that they wouldn't do this, but the license agreement states that they can do this, which is honestly a bad thing. It's kind of sad, honestly. Because it's how does the biggest company making the products that creators need to pump out content shoot itself in the foot? Now, that being said, I have been teaching myself other editors that don't have quite that licensing agreement. Thank God. I'll just talk about I can tell my little story about Photoshop. I grew up learning that it was the software every artist used. I finally got a free trial going and absolutely hate it. I haven't used it since I was 13 years using Clip Studio Paint. Yeah, I may be switching over to like Clip Studio and stuff because of the Adobe thing. There's a few choices. I don't use Adobe as a real space beyond the workplace, 1 or 2 documents, so I'm not in the loop. That will create all hell for them. Like Unreal. Yeah. Well, the thing about Unreal is Unreal's stepping back while Unity's doing the same thing. Oh yeah, and I forgot about the provision where Adobe is allowed to scan your computer's hard drive, and any data on your computer is forwarded to them. Meaning they can clone your entire computer at Adobe's headquarters and use any of the content on that hard drive. I imagine a lot of people are really happy with the alternatives that are out nowadays, like Clip Studio, which is for painting. Yeah, I heard the data story. Yeah. Trust me, yeah. I use Corita when I'm drawing, even though I'm a terrible artist, so. This breaches so many privacy laws. Oh, absolutely, but the thing is thanks to certain things, that I was an activist against way back in the day, Adobe can get away with this because they're not the government. They're not beholden to privacy laws in the US. And I know you're in another country, but that's how they get around that too. They just go, "Oh, well, we're in another country. We're in the US." Literally. It's stupid. It is terrible, and I don't like it. But yeah, it breaches a shit ton of privacy laws. Like, ugh. And it's upsetting to me because I've been wanting to do more edited stuff. Like, I've been working on other projects that aren't just live streaming for my other channels. And now we have to figure out video editing and stuff. Have to relearn. But yeah, a lot of people are changing now. And a lot of people are looking into alternatives like Affinity, a world-winning photo editing, graphic design, and page layout software for Mac, Windows, and iPad. Thing is, I don't really use this kind of editor, so I do a lot more with video. But it just goes to show you that big corporations will do anything to fuck over the little guy. God, I sound like a communist. Fuck. That's not good. And a lot of people are praying for Adobe to fall apart. Just because of this shit.
What are you doing?
Mostly just talking random bullshit about things I pull up on the internet. Tried a game called First Dwarf. Well, the demo of it.
First Dwarf?
First Dwarf.
First Dwarf.
Yeah. Let me make sure they can hear you on the other side.
Hello, Internet. internet.
Boys and girls, Mr. the Took.
Hello.
But yeah, the Adobe thing has got me kind of worried about a lot of things when it comes to big corp America products. Wait, you didn't know about the Adobe stuff, Took?
Oh, I heard about it. Adobe essentially going, we own everything.
Yeah, you know they can scan your entire computer, right?
Oh boy, howdy. That sounds like fun that I don't want.
You know it breaches a shit ton of privacy laws, right?
Uh-huh.
You know it's not going to matter because of a U.S. ruling, right?
Oh, what U.S. ruling?
When they started allowing companies to spy on people's smartphones or to sell to a certain government,
Oh, the Patriot Act.
Then sell back to the U.S. government.
The Patriot Act.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, sorry about that. Let me fix that.
Yeah,
Thank you for pointing that out.
I know about the Patriot Act.
Well, it's because we sell it to Canada, or big corporations sell it to Canada, they sell it back to the U.S. government.
Oh no, the Canadian government voluntarily would just sell it because they're slimy as fuck.
Yeah, I know, but we have to have the Patriot Act and able to do that, or in order to do that.
Gotta love it. Well, you do. The Canadian government would just does it anyway.
Right.
Like, quite literally, if Bill C-63 comes through, they're going to be haunting through my past media posts, and I'm pretty much going to either delete everything or get arrested.
Yep. Or one day we'll import you across the I fear Canada idiocracy. I think we all fear Canada's idiocracy. By the way, Took, 20, 15, and 36, so... $55 people, or 50, 61, about 62 people are watching.
Oh, cool. Hello,
Across
people.
all the various platforms I'm on. Not including Rumble, because I don't have Rumble pulled up because I'm an idiot.
Remember, every time you pull up the counter, YouTube is forced to accurately report your thing and submit your stuff that isn't to the weird statistics.
No, they're not, because they did it to me even after I started doing that.
Fuck YouTube.
They just started claiming that it was bots. Even though it wasn't bots, they claimed it was bots.
God, I love YouTube.
I've had 0 views according to Rumble, but Rumble's kind of broken right now. Rumble's had a massive update overnight. And yeah, I fear Canada idiocracy. Everybody fears Canada's idiocracy. Why do you think Britain's going right-wing heavily?
Oh yeah, the pendulum swing is gonna get fucking ridiculous.
How do you think I feel about that? You know, being as I already get threatened online for being a titty Skittle user. Because people can't tell the difference between an intersex person and a tranny. And when you try to explain what intersex is, they just get all upset about it and they start screaming that I'm a tranny trying to cope. So it's just easier to tell people I'm a tranny. Apparently... You remember how the other day I was talking about how people were wearing orange for the new anti-gun campaign in the United States? Yes. I got you. Yeah.
Fucking LARPers.
What LARPers? Is that what it is?
They're LARPing as fucking hunters.
Oh. So you saw what I
We're
pulled
gonna wear
up?
orange. I have not. Let me go look.
Well, I mean, I'm about to
I
read
swear
it
to
out.
God, YouTube is fucking just cracking down on anybody with an ad blocker because it takes forever to open up a YouTube page now.
Right? Oh no, especially if it's my YouTube page. Like, that's why my
Oh
chat
no,
keeps...
just any in general. Like, okay, so I just opened up Mozilla Firefox. I'm waiting on this one YouTube. It just opened up on the one I was on. And
You know
that
what?
was 20 seconds ago.
Deathless Soldier, yeah, you're right. Anti-gunners dressing up as criminals is nice. I didn't think about that. American criminals do wear orange jumpsuits, don't they?
Oh my God, they do.
On June 8th, 2024, the Wear Orange campaign was observed across the United States to raise awareness about gun violence. The campaign, which included events and social media posts, which I actively made fun of, and still am actively making fun of,
Let's see here.
aimed to honor the lives lost to gun violence and promote gun safety. The participants included
Mark Hamill, you absolute soy-swilling, no good, goddamn weak-chin son of a bitch, old-time over-the-hill fucker.
What a fucking...
God, remember when elderly people used to be badass because it was just like, ah, yeah, I remember the old days. I was in Vietnam. I took 3 people's ears with 1 bullet.
Yeah, but the thing is, so participants include politicians, activists, survivors, community members, all united in their call for action to prevent further gun violence. I'm listening to OC Remix Jazz, by the way. I don't know if that's coming through right. All united in their faction to prevent gun-related tragedies. The White House was illuminated orange in honor of National Gun Violence.
Oh yeah, when you guys do it, it's in honor of national gun violence. When we do it, we're burning everything down. We made a song about it. Yeah. We did. We made a song about it.
Yeah, but, you know, it's kind of funny because something I told you in DMs about how I think there should be 12 guns behind every blade of grass in the United States in order for us to survive.
Agreed. In any country, really.
Yeah, the White House is... Politicians are criminals by and right. That's only because I'm from an area of the United States where we really, really don't trust politicians.
I mean,
or
if
lawyers.
you trust politicians anyway, or lawyers.
Or bankers. Or insurance salesmen.
I refer to Ron Swanson on that one. Banks are Ponzi schemes run by idiots.
The United States government's a Ponzi scheme ran by idiots.
No, it's ran by the elderly. I've really never understood why, A, you have to have a background in politics to go into politics and be a leader, and B, you have to be like 65 years old.
Yeah, well, you know, Mark Hamill did the whole thing about wearing orange.
Operator!
Yeah, that's what I was going to go into. Sir Donut, a guy that I would probably hug in person. And then have an autistic fit. Then have an autistic fit because I don't like being touched. Because autistic. How about I'm going to keep my guns and you can go fuck yourself, you washed up prick.
I think ever since, God, who's the voice? The voice of Batman. Kevin Conroy. I think ever since Kevin Conroy died, Mark Hamill's just lost his mind. That and after the sequel trilogy where they absolutely destroyed Luke. He has nothing left.
Mark Hamill's always been anti-gun. Oddly enough.
Yeah, but he's never been this vocal about it ever since. Well, I think Trump set everything off.
Yeah, well, that's what
he
happened.
shook the beehive.
Oh, he didn't shake the beehive. He made sweet love to that beehive.
With a 2x4.
Yeah. Because Trump also doesn't like being touched. Little fun fact. But his is because he's a super germphobe. That's why he eats at like McDonald's and Wendy's, because he can order it under an assumed name.
Or you could just have your like Secret Service guy go pick it up.
But
also, who the hell is going to try and spit in the president's burger, even if you hate him?
Well, that being said, he wouldn't have Secret Service. He would just have somebody in plain clothes go pick it up.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
The first Trump election. Good memories.
Hey, you're about to go through it again, if you guys actually make it that far.
So much autism from those years. Yeah, it's what ultimately allowed me to get out of a really bad situation into a almost okay situation. So, the donut operator snapback was great, but how about the Brandon Herrera snapback? You know, the guy that lost in his district by 400 points.
You're so stupid.
The picture, though. Joe Biden's cack.
Fucking true. Dude has just been sitting there, like, simping for them. Okay, I'm not proud of this, but I voted for Trudeau because I was stupid and young. I had no idea what politics was about.
I voted for Obama once.
But yeah, I voted for that idiot because I was just like, oh, you know, he's gonna fix the country. And you know, one of the things that really turned everything around was John Oliver and Mike Myers going on his stupid show, going, don't vote for. Oh God, who was the guy before? Give me a minute.
Oh, hold on. Let me pull up the crime house.
Stephen Harper. And you know what? Under Stephen Harper, sure, the taxes were, you know, a little bit bad, but we had jobs and economy.
Yeah, check it out, though. The crime house.
That doesn't look like Ottawa.
It's in orange, though, and American prison suits are generally orange. The crime house.
No, Canadian pride surging. The last time it was orange and I saw a White House in orange, it was 1812.
Well, considering that Joe Biden's son is currently indicted for gun crimes?
Really? Out of everything, not the corruption, drug charges, prostitution, hiring.
Illegally owning a firearm for a week while under the influence of crack cocaine.
They're gonna slap him on the wrist.
Oh, of course. Meanwhile, Trump had a literal mistrial and got 34 felonies out of it, and everybody's kind of stopped talking about it because, well, a teenager got shot.
Not only that, they announced the verdict before it was announced in court, and somehow this doesn't, you know, constitute grounds for a mistrial.
Yeah.
Your country is a banana republic, and that was a kangaroo court.
Oh, also, we have a lot of people that are asking for only one half of that surprises me about Hunter. Yeah, his court case is literally about a gun charge. Not the drugs, not the prostitution, not any of that, not the financial crimes. But owning a gun for a week.
Not going to another country, basically helping to institute a war, taking away their funds by threatening another country.
UK is currently embroiled with politicking because if you vote Reform, you get Labour.
Yeah, there's no real winner in this whole voting cycle thing.
Not in UK, no.
Or, you know, your two-party system, uniparty.
Well, yeah, the UK has more than two parties, though. They have 3 major parties, and I think it's 5 minor parties that are all just...
Yeah, but that always boils down to 2.
That's really just one party all masquerading. Most people don't know this. In the United States, we had 4 major parties before the Civil War.
Republican, or Democrat. What were the other two?
Whig and abolitionist.
Didn't the Whigs get absorbed into the Democrats?
No, the Whigs became defunct. The abolitionists got absorbed into the Republican Party because part of the Republican platform was getting rid of the blacks.
I thought the Republican Party started as an anti-slavery movement.
It did. But the anti-slavers that started the Republican Party wanted to send them back to Africa originally. And the abolitionists wanted to abolish the United States.
Huh.
Yeah, they just...
So the abolitionists didn't disappear or get absorbed. They took a time-traveling machine and they're here in 2024.
They became libertarians. So mostly only 2 big ones and 2 minors
Also
that matter. Yeah, that's right.
Also keep reminding yourself every single day that not a single arrest has been made from the Epstein list.
Wow, I did not know South Africa had 20 parties. That...
Damn!
2 big ones and 2 minors. Yeah, that actually sounds about right for Africa. What is it? Uganda has, I think it's 37 parties, but only one of them ever gets empowered due to mysterious deaths via poisoning, beating, and stabbing. I can't really speak on Kenya. I've been told things about Kenya, but I can't really speak about Kenya.
Listen, the only thing I know about Kenya, like, right off the top of my head, is from the power thirst thing, so it's probably best if I shut up.
They don't vote how many parties are allowed to be voted for. Okay, so you're kind of like turn of the century England in that fact then, where England only had a limit on the amount of parties that could exist, but no limit on what you could vote for. Luckily, no Africa Civil War or association shit in SA.
An African Civil War Association. What do you run on? We want war all the time.
Look, I'm going to be honest with you. I know some South Africans that are pretty cool. I know some that aren't. I know somebody that immigrated to the United States from Zimbabwe and said the worst thing that ever happened was getting rid of Rhodesia.
It always comes back to Rhodesia with you.
I stand with Rhodesia. What can I say? I just want an FAL, okay? Can I just have my FAL? Am I allowed to have my FAL? Even though I was told incorrectly by some idiot that the FAL is a fucking, what was it, assault rifle? I just kind of sat there at my computer terminal, kind of, you know, having one of those weird eye twitches where I wanted to autistically scream, but I could not figure out how to make my mouth move. Yeah, I fear the history of the Northerners. I do too, and I honestly do pray for South Africa getting better. Because believe it or not, I remember when I was a kid and they were talking about how much South Africa was improving. And I always wanted to see South Africa do good. I want to see the Australians do good too. I gave up on the Canadians. It's not that I don't like the Canadian people. I just gave up on the Canadians.
We gave up on the government long ago. Apparently, Pip is having a fucking spurg.
When is she not?
Pippa wants us to wear masks while sick. That's not based on more of a weep than you will ever be. Die.
Pippa wants us to wear masks when we're sick?
Apparently.
Like, okay. If you're actually sick, I get the idea of wearing a mask. I actually do.
Yeah.
Before anybody
if
starts...
You're sick.
If you're sick.
Like,
I
they
don't
did that in, like, Asian countries forever. I don't care if you're sick, but if you don't have it and you think that's going to protect you, I have some waterfront property in the middle of the desert to sell you.
Well, I have a bridge I want to sell you. It'll be 19, or it'll be 15 installments of 1999. It's a beautiful bridge. It's in San Francisco, in the San Francisco Bay Area. It's got a lot of history, but for $19,000 for 5 installments, you can own this bridge, this beautiful bridge. You can see Alcatraz from it. The thing is wearing a mask really doesn't help you that much, though. And I hate to disagree with, because even in COVID, the virus particles were so small that they would just go through even an N95 mask. In fact, they were telling doctors to change their N95 mask every 30 minutes. Meanwhile, telling the general public that the paper mask is just fine, even though it came from a Chinese factory that probably had COVID infection. In fact, recently they have started stating in medical journals that wearing a mask probably made the COVID epidemic worse. Who would have guessed? That being said, they did overturn the bird flu in Mexico. However, we have another case that may potentially be bird flu. In Wisconsin and Wyoming, we have two. Because you know the United States isn't going to question the WHO like Mexico did. So, yeah, it's one of those things, like... Oh shit, 1984, 75 years old? Hell yeah. It's a good book. Highly recommend reading for anybody that's questioning their political beliefs. Because you will stop being a communist overnight. You will not believe in socialism anymore if you read 1984.
Who the fuck believes
What?
in social... Okay, I did encounter one wild communist, and it was fucking hilarious, because, of course, she was a teacher from Ontario.
Huh?
Quite literally, it's just like, well, you know, that wasn't real communism, and I got to hit her with the, well, then how many millions need to die to prove a failed ideology, and how many times do we need to do it? She goes, well, I don't see you doing anything better. I said it's still better than fucking communism.
Well, I mean, I look at it this way. Capitalism's an imperfect system, and we have to constantly guard against corporatism, which is, unfortunately, one of the many ways that capitalism can go as monopolies are left unchecked by smaller parties constantly competing for that almighty dollar.
Well, the other problem is that they have the government on their side. It's not true capitalism if the government's sitting there going,
A Brave New World also scares me. Do you want me to tell you
Oh,
what
God.
another book that really scares you if you get the analogs of what's going on? Animal Farm.
Animal Farm is a precursor to it, and it's a really good allegorical novella. Next up is 1984, Fahrenheit 411, or is it 415? I always
I
forget.
think it's 415.
Yeah, Fahrenheit 415, A Brave New World. And it's basically what you read as warnings, they're taking as instruction booklets.
Don't forget about The Giver.
I haven't read that one.
The Giver's really good. It's a bit dry, but it's really good. Premise of the book is basically society has boiled down into being genetically made to be everybody's the exact same, except for one person has to hold all of humanity's memories.
Oh, I think I've heard a version of this.
Yeah. But he ends up killing him, well, running away, which leads to him dying allegorically in the book because it doesn't say he does. We got to read it in high school. Yeah, a lot of people love Animal Farm once they understand what the allegories are. But the Giver, basically, he gets selected to be the new memory holder because he can notice things that the geneticists just could not work out. And then he does something that causes them to select his younger brother as his replacement. So he takes him and his younger brother, runs away from society, and it's alleged that they die, causing all of humanity's memories to seep back into humanity. Meaning the perfect communist society falls apart as soon as anything human is, or anything naturally human is introduced.
Well, it's not even really a communist society. From what I'm reading, it looks like a caste-based society.
Well, that's what communists is. Well, that's the only way that kind
Well,
of society works.
yeah, thou shalt be the minors, and you shall play, or thou shalt, etc. and so forth.
Yeah. We don't
It
need
never
poets,
works out.
comrade. We don't need poets, comrade. We need miners.
Yeah, that's why I laugh so fucking hard at all the people that go, after the revolution, I'm going to be leading a literature class on the diversity of gender and history. No, you fucking won't.
Nope, you will be
You're going to
mining my
announce that you're
rocks.
doing that, and then some guy's going to tell you, that's adorable, comrade. Get in the train. Where are we going? Don't worry about it.
And depending on the type of socialism that, or communism that ends up, because by and large, these people preach for communism, right? Depending on which one comes up, which form of communism it is that ultimately pops out, depends on how it's run.
If you want
Like
your
if it,
playbook, read Rules for Radicals by Saul Alinsky
I have,
to the general chat.
yeah. But if you really want to think about it, we would be lucky if they got their way and it's a Trotsky or a Ho Chi Minh style system.
Why is the word lucky in that sentence? We're very unlucky if they get their way.
Well, yeah, but I mean, on a scale of bad to worse.
It's like being told we're going to sodomize you with this certain thing. Which would you like to pick first? This, tent peg or this barbed wire wrapped bat?
Okay, fine. I need to word that a little better. But the thing is, in Ho Chi Minh and Trotsky style systems, you are tested for your aptitudes, which means that you will probably be put in a job that you will excel at.
I mean, I kind of don't mind that. That would give children a little bit more clear vision of what they might be able to do in the future, but it also removes freedom of choice. You should be
Right,
allowed to choose and fail.
right. But that's what Ho Chi Minh and Trotsky both wanted. Which means you have an expert class that's continually innovated through the expert class. Trotsky was also a huge pusher of constant evolution of technology. Believe it or not, if Trotsky had won the Soviet premiership over Stalin, the Soviets would have beat us to the internet.
Well, thank God Stalin was an absolute conniving bastard and delayed, he basically made it so that Trotsky couldn't get it because he wouldn't be seen as a successor by the people.
Yep. I've often conspiracy theoried this, but if Trotsky would have got in, we would still be dealing with the Soviet Union today. Albeit a little bit different than what you would think it would be. I still find
Like
it
the version
funny.
of the Soviet Union from when Superman became a Soviet?
No, it would be more. So Trotsky's ideas were more a confederacy. Everything Trotsky pushed for would have been a confederative technocratic Soviet states, meaning they're working through communism through technological processes without any form of
Imagine
direct control.
developing an AI only for it to go communism sucks.
Well, that's the thing. Trotsky greenlighted a plan under Lenin to build a network of calculation machines. Early computers were called calculation machines for chat. That would have done everything calculating resources, what is needed, what is wanted, and balancing out everything that the Soviet people could want or need. Instead of the vast bureaucratic state, it would have laid off about 80% of Soviet bureaucrats because most of them were just calculators.
Oh, so that alone is probably why it didn't happen. They saw what was happening. They saw that they would lose their jobs, and they said to themselves, "Fuck that."
No. Actually, most of the calculation instances were very much pro this because Trotsky was also not pro population control. Weird thing about Trotsky, he actually believed that the Soviet Republic, in order to constantly expand the Soviet Empire, had to have children. Doing this, because most Soviet bureaucrats pushing numbers were female, would have caused mothers to be at home, meaning more children. Literally, one of the weirdest things in history. Trotsky is weird when it comes to communism. So is Ho Chi Minh. Ho Chi Minh also didn't believe in population control. And that's probably why Vietnam's still a communist country, by the way.
They're not really communists, though. They're capitalist.
Sorta.
Quasi.
Well, even Trotsky said that there needed to be a capitalist layer over the communist state.
So here we go again. Communism cannot exist without capitalism funding it.
Right.
Therefore, it is a stupid system.
It is. I think my favorite was always who was in charge when JFK was in charge? Khrushchev? The Soviet leadership actually hated Khrushchev. A lot. They really hated Khrushchev.
Nikita Khrushchev, yeah, the one who inherited power because he won the power race right after Stalin's death, and then denounced the shit out of everything Stalin had done in the secret speech.
Yes, but do you know why they hated Khrushchev?
Reforms.
No.
No?
One of Khrushchev's biggest policies is he was one of the few Soviets to actually use the red phone to the White House.
How dare you talk to the other people?
Khrushchev and Jack Kennedy actually had a really strong working relationship. That is why a lot of times when one side would fuck up, it got fixed so quickly. When we had missiles in Turkey and they had missiles in Cuba, the reason that resolved so quickly was because Khrushchev literally picked up the phone, goes, "Hey, Jack, I know we got missiles here, you got missiles here. We're about to try to have a treaty where you don't have missiles there, we don't have missiles there."
There's a whole bunch of stuff, and the Cold War is fascinating history to look over.
Oh,
just
absolutely.
For the sheer amount of close misses that humanity had. Not the Russian not the Russian people, not the American people, humanity.
And the reforms that Khrushchev put in place are what led to Gorbachev's election, and Gorbachev basically going. That's another Soviet leader I absolutely love the study of because Gorbachev hated the communist state.
Gorbachev. Hail Gorbachev!
Gorbachev.
Mr. Pizza.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
Again, I still find it funny that during his speech he made a giant fuck up.
Oh?
Ich bin ein Berliner does not translate to I am a Berliner. Ich komme aus Berlin is I am from Berlin. Ich bin ein Berliner translates to I am a donut.
I'm learning some fun things. Yeah. Gorbachev did not like the Soviet Union, but he knew that he had to rise within the ranks of the Soviet Party, or the People's Party of Russia, in order to tear down the Soviet Union. And Khrushchev wanted to have a working relation with the United States because he believed that the world's two biggest superpowers had to be able to talk to each other.
In all honesty, it's pretty true.
And that if we competed in other things like the space race, instead of weapons manufacturing, it would be better for the human spirit. Khrushchev also viewed Jack Kennedy as his son because Khrushchev had a son the same age as Jack Kennedy that died in World War II. Yeah. I'm flexing on that history degree I should have got.
Mine was just my first year was this is really cool, but I have no idea what I'm doing. My second year was what the fuck am I doing with my life? And then my third year was, or sorry, my second year was oh my god, I have diabetes. And then my third year is what the fuck am I doing with my life?
Oh, I
No one's
did
gonna
learn a.
hire you for a Bachelor of Arts in History, you moron.
I did learn a. Well, mine was in historical sciences, but that non-existent history degree. But one of the fun things I did recently learn, until 1991, there was a Lada dealership in Canada, right across the Canadian or the U.S. Canadian border.
A what?
Lada.
We had Ladas?
Yeah, Canada had Ladas, imported from the
Which means we
Soviet Union.
probably still have them.
Probably.
Oh, I did see one thing that you would be interested in. I saw a K truck.
Yeah, apparently they're legal where I live now.
That
They're
sucks
all
because
over
I
the
saw
place.
one driving up the road the other day. I was just thinking to myself, ah, cool, I could buy one of those.
Yeah, they're nice. I would love to have a K truck.
They're so cool.
Or
It'd be
K-van.
great for my little, like, yeah. Wait, K-van? Which one's the K-van?
That's the van that's built on the truck chassis.
Hmm.
There's another one called a K camper. They make little campers that have like 2 people beds on them. Don't read into that, anybody. I'm not seeing anybody. I just like a big bed.
Nothing wrong with a big bed.
Exactly. I do like little K trucks, though. They're fucking cool as hell. But the United States government hates them.
The United States government hates all the fun things. You're not allowed to buy a fucking Hilux.
Well, I mean, yeah. You're also not allowed, or they also want to ban old school Ford Rangers, and I absolutely love old Ford Rangers.
Why are they trying to ban that?
Because they're not
emissions?
Emissions, and they're not safe.
Define not safe.
Do you know what the safety features on a 1993 Ford Ranger is?
If I remember correctly, safety belts, and that's about it.
Safety belts and an engine cutoff switch.
Okay, I'm not seeing a problem here.
Me neither. Because if you crash your Ford Ranger, you probably want to die anyway.
Crash a Ford Ranger, whatever you're trying to kill, is probably going to be dead before you are.
Oh no, I love Ford Rangers. I've had 3 of them. But yeah, no, the United States doesn't. The United States is weird. They want us all driving 4-cylinder, like little smart car things. Which, believe it or not,
Yeah,
are the
which
least.
doesn't work.
Also, the least safe vehicle you can drive.
Yeah, because those things will die. Those things will just crumple into tin cans.
Right. Believe it or not, pound for pound in most fuel efficiency and safety, a 1970 sedan is safer and more fuel efficient than a smart car. How do you like that?
Also, smart cars suck.
Yeah. That being said, I think it should be your choice whether you buy a safe vehicle or a not safe vehicle. I am very libertarian on this matter.
It's like, I don't understand why they have to mandate seat belts and safety features. If I want to do something, without them, you shouldn't have to mandate my safety for me.
Well, in your
I'm an
country's
adult and I
case,
can make that choice.
in your country's case, is because you have nationalized health care.
Ugh. Which, in all honesty, doesn't work.
Right.
Like, don't get me wrong, having reduced drug costs is great, but then the drug companies have have no incentive to lower their costs because they have no competition. Because what happens is your copay, your insurance pays for it, the government pays the insurance, and they still get the full price. So it isn't going to lower how much you're paying overall.
No, it doesn't. I just love the little K trucks because they're fun.
K trucks are fucking cool.
I also kind of like the idea of a K van or a K camper because anybody that's been my viewer for more than a year knows that I like to disappear every once in a while and reset and watch the stars.
We had a really good We didn't have anything recently, but it's been really nice viewing out here. Not tonight, though. It's overcast.
Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg has agreed to testify before a Republican-led congressional subcommittee regarding his prosecution of former President Donald Trump. However, he will only do so after Trump has been sentenced and the appeals process is underway, citing concerns about interfering with the ongoing legal proceedings. Oh boy. Oh ho ho boy.
Yeah, your country's having a fun time.
My country's in a state of a cold civil war. I don't know what you're talking about. It has been for some time. But the mere fact that, I haven't been removed from YouTube yet is amazing. Because I have said some very interesting things in the last few days on Twitter.
Oh?
Yeah. YouTube can remove me for things I say on Rumble and Twitter now.
Gotta love that.
I don't. But, they do what they want to do, and I don't give a fuck. Oh yeah, I forgot it's Men's Mental Health Month. My dudes out there, please make sure you get your mental health checked. Like, I love you all. Mean it. Is it bad I've been streaming enough that I started off talking about this and now it's gotten violent? So there is a protest going outside of our capital over the Israeli-Palestine stuff.
Oh
right?
yeah, I saw that, and my question is still something that I just want to know about. How is that not equivalent to January 6th?
Because they're not they're not Trump supporters, obviously.
Oh, of course, I see.
They're vandalizing statues. Apparently, there's been fights that have broken out.
Mostly peaceful protests.
I'm probably going to get in trouble because this video says Laura Loomer on it.
Who the hell's Laura Loomer?
She worked with Trump, but she's a reporter. She's a guerrilla-style reporter, noted for getting banned from every platform under the sun. Twice. So, yeah. We're back to this shit happening. They're defacing things on the White House. They've probably broken into several public buildings.
Again, how have they not been arrested?
Because they're not Trump supporters. Oh god. There's at least one Zoomer involved. There's at least one Zoomer involved. Chat, there's a Zoomer.
Oh no.
Shame. For real. Shame. For real, for real. It's great. It's great. It's fucking great. Even more. I don't care to hear their voices because I really don't like I really don't like it. It's upsetting. I'm very upset. Yeah. Yeah, no, we have some violence going on at the U.S. Capitol. Oh boy. I don't understand why people think they have to vandalize stuff for something that we shouldn't be involved in the first place. Like, what the hell is up with that?
They're retarded.
Well, I mean, I'm retarded and I'm still... I still exist.
They're severely retarded.
Newsom's fast food wage hike has caused 10,000 people to lose their job. God, who saw that happening? Raising the minimum wage.
Again, it doesn't do anything.
No, it just causes people to automate because it causes more loss of jobs than anything.
Yep.
The pinch shitter in chief is thanking people for the warm welcome in Paris. And I gotta ask a question here because I've been to Paris. Do you think they could smell the fact that he shit himself?
I don't think they can smell anything.
Well, you know Paris smells like shit, right?
Especially now. Have you seen Paris?
No, it's always smelled like shit because of how their sewer system's made.
Yeah, but have you seen Paris?
Isn't it constantly on fire?
Oh no. It now looks like a third world country.
Oh boy.
I think Clown World put it up on their Twitter.
Apparently, U.S. cities are dealing with traffic chaos. Because of how terrible our roads are. Ah, finally, I found it. Hunter Biden trial. Hunter Biden's trial involving gun and drug charges set to resume next week. The case has sparked a long range of opinions, with some believing he is likely guilty and others suggesting he may not be convicted due to his recovery from addiction and the political nature of his case. The jury selection process has also been a point of contention, with some outright arguing it may favor Hunter. The trial has drawn significant attention, with discussions on whether Hunter will testify in his defense and speculation on the potential outcome. That's right, guys. If you want to break the law, you gotta be you gotta be a family of a certain elective class of people. Because I guarantee you, if I was booked on the same charges, I'd already be under the jail.
Hell,
I'm
for
not
half
lying.
the charges.
If I was even in the same room with somebody booked on half the charges, I'd be thrown under the jail. But that's because I'm a dirty right-winger, right? I'm the evil right-wings person. What was it I was called? A libertarian fascist.
It's still funny to me. Be right back. Need another beer.
One of those great things about living in modern society. I could use a beer, but I don't have a beer. It's sadage. Just the way it is, I guess. I'm not playing this music for nostalgia reasons. People that are following me for that probably don't like me. Remember, guys, if you really want to join our Discord, the link's just about everywhere right now. You get to deal with the unfiltered Jackie experience. Actually, I need to be... which one was that? Browser source, okay. I will be right back, chats. Well, I will be right back in a second. I'm back. How about, you know, like behaving? What? Oh. I did install something that's going to make my game streams a little bit more fun.
Oh.
It doesn't work with every game, though. It's a game that allows chat to interact with, or it's this thing that allows chat to interact with streams via donations.
Oh, you got dono things.
Yeah.
Cool.
It only works with like Skyrim and Fallout 4, a few other games. A couple of emulators. I don't know what all it does, but I'm still setting it up. So whenever I get Fallout back working right, chat can fuck me over, hopefully. Anyways, the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals has ruled that COVID-19 mRNA injections do not qualify under or as vaccines under traditional medical definitions because they do not permit transmission. This decision allows a lawsuit challenging the constitutionality of vaccine mandates to proceed. This ruling has sparked discussions on social media, with some interpreting as significant victory against vaccine mandates. While
Can we also sue the people who made it and benefited from it?
God, I hope so. I would like to sue my former employer for forcing me to get the death shot.
Same.
Because I'm going to be fucking honest with you. Right now, I think it's made all of my body's problems worse.
Probably.
That's why I keep getting
I know them
sick.
for a fact that I've had weirder body issues since it started, but I might be, you know, I'm really hoping that's just a placebo effect.
Yeah, that's what I've been hoping, but I'm not real sure about that.
Well, the fact that they forced everybody to get it, right? And then they're like, oh yeah, we have to make sure that you can't be legally prosecuted for this. It's like, are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah.
Like, if a company is confident in their product or whatever, then they shouldn't be, you know.
That's how I found out about my 2 autoimmune diseases, actually.
Small silver linings, I guess.
When I got the second shot, see, when I found out about the hormone issue, I passed out. I was on top of a ladder at a chicken plant.
Which doesn't work well.
Yeah, well, come to find out my hormone levels were extremely low.
Where kids learn to make s'mores, spaceships, and more, all without leaving home or Earth. Get your Little Bites muffins and join the fun at
I forgot. This audio I'm listening to doesn't have an ad blocker. Fuck. But yeah, no, that's how I found out about having Guillain-Barré syndrome and chronic fatigue syndrome. Was after the second shot, I literally passed out 30 minutes after receiving it. At work. They fired 2 of the people that were forced in my rotation to get it while we were at skeleton crew levels because they used it as an excuse to get rid of anybody they wanted to. Like, no, I would love to sue my former employer over the fucking COVID shots. But I don't think I'm going to be able to.
No.
I missed those. Luckily, I wasn't forced entirely. Yeah. Yeah, you got lucky on that. I was fucking... So, when I had COVID the second time, they wouldn't let me go back to work because there's scarring on my lungs from working in a chicken plant when I was a kid. Believe it or not, hydrochloric acid leaves permanent scarring on your lungs.
No.
they kept using that as the case that I still had COVID. So for 21 days, I was out with COVID. I came back and they were immediately like, well, we mandated that you get the vaccination because you're in the upper echelon of people. The first shot, I had to go home early. The second shot, I didn't feel it until 30 minutes after.
Honestly, all I had was my, the usual things that come with most vaccinations for me, where my arm went a little bit funky for a day, but that was it.
I was sitting at my office at the previous job. It was one of the few times I actually had time to get caught up on paperwork. They called me over the radio. I answered, I'll be there in a sec, stood up, and face planted into my workstation.
They were still yelling at you, weren't they?
No, because I generally answer calls fairly quickly. So when I wasn't there in like 10 minutes, the supervisor for that area walked into my office and found me passed out on the floor with blood running out of my nose because I had broke my nose on, well, I didn't break my nose. I had punctured the inner lining of my nose when I fell into my desk. It had a mild concussion.
Yeah, generally what happens when you smash your head off the stuff.
And then had to spend, I think it was 2 weeks out of the office, where they called me literally every day via Zoom to do my job.
Hello.
Hi,
Oh,
welcome.
hello.
Welcome, Mr. Reflex Sight. Everybody, world famous Reflex Sight.
I wouldn't say I'm world famous.
You show up enough on my streams to be world famous.
That is true.
Especially since we're live to like 70 people now.
Really?
Mostly on Odyssey.
Oh.
They keep asking me to undress.
Alright then.
My
I just
most
ordered
dege-
sorry.
The most degenerate fans watch me on Odyssey.
Gotcha.
What's up with the reflex?
Oh, I ordered a Lego Optimus Prime set.
Hell yeah.
I would look at you and say nerd, but that's pretty fucking cool.
It is. Well, okay, first off, who in this chat isn't actually a nerd?
I will readily admit I had a nerd discussion earlier watching Rizzolian Isles with my family, and one of the characters in the show incorrectly stated that Superman could fly because if the gravitational pull of Krypton was greater than that of Earth. And I said to my dad, no, that's not it. And he goes, yes it is. I said, no it isn't.
He can
yes
fly
it is.
because he can.
No, he can fly because Superman is powered by a yellow sun like all Kryptonians, and they do powered under a red sun. I am a massive nerd, okay?
Yeah.
So apparently,
I mean, before it wasn't ever explained, just he had these powers because, you know, comic.
He was faster than a speeding bullet, could leap tall buildings in a single bound.
Yeah.
I forget why the original did it that way.
Powered by the radiation of the Earth's yellow sun.
It was, I mean, majority of early like comic stories were kind of just meant to be. You kind of gotta just believe it. You're like, yeah, that makes sense. It's a fictional story.
Yeah, but that's always been Superman's thing. Powered by the power of Earth's yellow sun because he's from Krypton.
Okay, I gotta see where his powers originally came from.
But, well, I mean, I think that's why I tend to favor Marvel heroes from that era, because Marvel heroes actually had a reason for having their powers.
Yep.
And were more human. DC's were always more your golden boy, your good boy, except for Batman. Love me some Batman.
Batman. Actually, it's funny because, like, weirdly enough, I was actually talking to my mother about it, and while we were out today, like, just window shopping, and I was saying, like, out of everything, though, I think Marvel has the worst Lego sets.
They do. I'm not gonna lie, they do.
Huh,
They're fucking
Superman couldn't
awful.
fly originally.
No,
Oh.
he couldn't. He would leap over buildings. It's whatever the writers are need for the narrative of the time.
Well, fun fact, the guy who created him was Canadian, one of Joe Shuster, and we had an entire Canadian heritage moment about it that used to be on television.
Joe Shuster also based Metropolis on New York City.
Yep.
And of course, there's the hippo. The North American house hippo.
Well, I mean, it's like when people talk about the Garand. The M1 Garand was created by a Canadian.
Really fell into place.
It's the most American rifle ever made, but it was made by a Canadian.
Yeah, it sounds like a Canadian. Why does it fire 308? Listen, bud, I need to put a hole through that moose, the one behind it, and that fucker who's fucking my fucking goddamn wife.
Actually, he wanted to make a version in 457 lot, or is it 458 lot?
What's the
Which
difference?
is their elephant hunting rounds.
I approve. Why wasn't it done?
It was in the 90s. There are like 20 of them in circulation. And basically that is fuck you, fuck your cover, fuck the 9 guys behind you, fuck the house over there, fuck that dog.
Do you see that armored transport vehicle? Yes, Sergeant. I don't want to. You got it, Sergeant.
I don't want to.
You see the armored vehicle? Yes. I don't want anyone in there alive. Okay.
I don't want to see it anymore. You got her, bud.
U.S. war doctrine used to be, we have 30-06, go fuck yourself.
Yeah.
Now everything's got to be down to, you know, humanitarian. Fuck that. Give me 308.
You know what's funny about that? And the
Give
UN
me
will
308 and a quad-mounted machine gun with
the UN will
Gatling guns.
the UN will never admit to this. It is actually more humane to kill somebody with a heavier bullet than it is with intermittent cartridges we have nowadays in aiming.
Yeah.
Well,
Because
yeah.
most of the time, enemy combatants just slowly bleed out on the battlefield. Versus what happened with the 308.
Yep.
They're just
Or
dead.
The 30-06.
Yeah, they're
I
just
got my
dead.
bullet. Yeah.
Yeah.
And even if they're
Listen, you
slowly
can send him to God or send him to God, and it'll take a little while.
Yeah. It's a cleaner kill. Apparently all of the LGBT Twitter community is excited about this.
30-06.
All the rainbow... No. Most of them hate guns.
Which I still find funny. It's like,
But
you ever notice on every single one of those procedural shows that if half the time if people have had a gun, none of this would have happened?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. But apparently, and I've only seen Rainbow Flags posting about this, they're doing a remake of a very cult classic game.
No.
The Thing.
What? Really?
Yeah.
Why are they excited about that?
Wait, why? Wait.
But I've
You
only
mean a
seen...
movie?
The Thing had a game, yeah.
Yeah, it had a
Oh,
game.
it did?
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, like
It was a game.
2003, 2007?
I think it was a game first, actually.
What? No, The Thing.
Wait, wait, hold on. Am I thinking of the
They're
different
both-
type of thing?
The Thing. John Carpenter's The Thing.
Yeah.
From 1970.
I'm thinking of
It
this.
was
I
a
was
book.
thinking of the super. Well, yeah, I do that. Okay, so the horror movie, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's the. Okay, I was first thinking the horror movie, and then I also, at the same time, was thinking of the superhero, also named The Thing.
Yeah, they're...
True.
They're remaking The Thing. It'll be The Thing remastered. Get ready to join Captain J.F. Blake at Outpost 31 because The Thing is back with The Thing remastered.
No.
It is being made by Night Dive Studios.
No.
Wait, why would they be excited?
Yeah,
Fuck
that's
if
my
I know.
question.
Fuck
Like,
if I
quite
know.
literally, not a single character in that entire movie, even the fucking prequel, had anything to do with being gay.
It's just
And if they're all of a sudden identifying with the Thing, it is hilariously telling.
Is a thing is all about self-expression.
It's
You
just the
don't.
only.
You just don't understand it.
It's just the only people I've seen promoting it is rainbow flag havers. And
Alright.
for example, the one that just popped up in the feed was a comms manager at Night Dive Studios, or the people making it: writer, guitar player, retro indie gamer, sleep paralysis demon, she they, Tetris Pro, words on NYT.
Gotcha. Also, this is the I wanted to mention this. This is the Lego set I ordered online. The Transformers Optimus Prime.
Oh, that's fucking sweet as hell.
Yeah. So there was one at Target, but it was $178, I think. Whereas on Amazon that I ordered it from was $143. So it's like I saved quite a bit of money.
And I think that's Gen 1.
By switching car insurance?
Yeah.
By switching car insurance? Oh.
That's another fun thing. Insurance. What a useless fucking thing. We bet something bad's gonna happen.
Oh god.
Okay, I should be allowed to buy that as a voluntary option, not as a mandatory thing.
Okay, so new trailer for Batman Arkham VR just dropped.
No.
Oh god.
Why do you keep telling me things that make me want to find the nearest active volcano and then see if I can skydive into the mouth of it?
Well, it immediately opens with a MetaQuest and Oculus logo, so you know it's going to be Kino.
The fuck is Kino? Stop speaking gibberish!
Well, Kino is... okay. I believe, and I could be wrong, Jackie, you can correct me if I am. It all comes from the Call of Duty map, Kino Der Toten.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so it is. You know the COD Zombies game
No,
mode?
I have never played COD Zombies.
Okay, so Kino Der Toten was the on-launch map for Black Ops 1 for Call of Duty Zombies, and it is like the most perfect like map to just like rack up rounds, like waves of zombies. Like it was the perfect map to do it, and it was like big milestones when people got to like round 100 and recorded it on YouTube, and like the most poorly done ways, because they would have like capture cards with their Xboxes, or they would just have like a fucking camera on their TV. Like a camera set up on their TV.
Call of Duty Zombies is essentially just the Last Stand Flash game.
Yes, actually, that is exactly where they got their inspiration from.
Right.
So when they were developing,
That makes a lot more sense, but
yes. Well, what it was that when they were developing World at War, some of the like guys that were creating like when they're on their break basically.
I'm just wondering how many of these old Flash games that I grew up with have been the basis, or at least inspired modern video games.
A lot.
A lot. Because those same people went to go on to create games. Like, at first it was like a fun little hobby you do, but then they actually went and took that experience from coding in Flash.
It's like there's a Flash show, like, where Satan is interviewing people, and I've been trying to find it ever since. It used to be on killsometime.com.
Oh shit. I didn't know that.
Ah, Mr. Hell Show or something?
Huh? No, I'm reading about the SpaceX
Yeah, it
latest. I'm reading about the latest round of Starlink satellites that just got launched.
Nice.
So they launched 20 satellites with the Falcon 9 rocket from Vandenberg Space Force Base in California. The mission was named Starlink 8-8. Included the deployment of 20 Starlink satellites into orbit, with 13 that are equipped with direct-to-cell capabilities. Which kind of just proves my point about something with Starlink.
And that
And
is
Elon Musk isn't going to stop at internet connections. He's literally found a way to get around how U.S. telecoms are ran.
I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing.
It's both simultaneously, actually.
Oh, great.
See, the problem with U.S. telecoms right now is there are certain, if you're going to run landlines, you have to deal with land leasing, which, you know, monopolies form, yada yada yada. That's why some areas don't have cable, believe it or not. Some places are desolate places where you'll only ever get dial-up because of this shit. Cell phones, you have what's called tower leasing.
Yeah.
So some places you will never get cell phone reception because companies will buy out that area just to keep other companies from competing in that area.
Oh.
There is there are none of that when it comes to satellites.
Okay, yeah, because like it's space.
Right.
It's empty space, literally.
Right. So he has literally figured out a way to compete with telecoms companies without paying the fees to compete with telecoms companies.
That is good, but this is Elon we're talking, and
what could go wrong?
Yeah.
You're going to be required to have an X account to use your phone.
Jesus Christ. I mean, well, no, it would be evident if he releases his own phone brand. With his own service and everything. It would, no, like, what I'm meaning is, like, it would be obvious with that, like, in mind, is what I'm saying.
Yeah. Well, the direct-to-cell capabilities is what interests me, because that means that that technology has been improved upon a lot.
Yeah.
I remember early satellite internet days, where it was worse than dial-up. It was free. It was worse than dial-up.
Miller just lobbed a message way over Jones's head using some technical jargon.
Let's see if they can use Grammarly
11-hour long video of Tile Man, 2,500 hours of one tile at a time, the full series. RuneScape.
Yes, they're alive.
Why would you do this to yourself?
Thanks to Grammarly, everywhere you
Because
go,
it's
that's your goal.
It's RuneScape. Apparently RuneScape's actually making a huge comeback.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. It's been one of the longest running MMOs. Quite literally about nothing.
Also, going back to the SpaceX Starlink thing.
Yeah.
If Elon plays his cards right, he will force competition.
Yeah.
Which is what I'm more excited about.
No, I 100% agree with that. That's like why I was talking about like, I was talking to some people in the Trench Crusade server that I'm in, and basically said like, it's not really great that like some companies drop out of the console market.
Yeah.
Because there's not really actually going to be a lot of competition if they're all, if it's like, let's say it's exclusively at like 10 years from now, it's just PC. Nintendo, Xbox, PlayStation, they all just dropped making consoles and they just moved to focus on the PC gaming, right?
Well, Nintendo says they're not planning on dropping the console market for at least another 25 years.
I know, but in this hypothetical,
yeah, if they all did it, it would be bad.
It would be bad because then everything would just look the same. Everything would kind of play the same. Every big major corporation has the opportunity to buy out every smaller indie studio or even AA studio. And they'll just be making the same shit that's gonna fall under. And he's like, well, I mean, you have indie games. I'm like, yeah, but let's just say that those indie games are also having to force to compete with a monopoly.
Yeah.
That's not great.
They're...
Like, well, we wouldn't have monopolies. I'm like, we would in this case. He's like, well, aren't PCs already a monopoly? And I'm like, no, because there's many different types of parts. And then he's like, well, no, just like the functionality of one. And I'm like, no, because it's more of a tool.
So yes and no. It really depends on how it works out. Because, okay, the PC market almost became a monopoly in the 90s. Really, it was at a hair's width of being a monopoly.
No, I know that. But the point I'm trying to get at though with like saying it is that's the problem, is that this like games are just not, it's going to be worse for games because they're just going to look the same, and then entry to PC gaming itself would actually be more expensive than it already is.
Well, yeah, even though I'm running $600 or $6,000 computer. Yeah.
Yeah.
I overspent.
See, I'm saying for entry. No, yeah, you have people that will go out of their way to get the most expensive parts out there for the most amount of money, because they have that. But I'm meaning for like your average like Joe who is interested in it but doesn't really want to play. PC part companies are gonna start racking up the price, and it's gonna be basically a large downhill for consumers.
Yeah. See, one of the things about that though is if you go back into the 90s, you didn't have two major CPU creation companies. You actually had 5.
No.
You didn't have two major two majors and a wannabe video card making companies. You had, I think it was 27. There was a lot of competition back in the day. What happened is the United States government stepped in.
Yeah.
It was
FTC, FCC, or
no. So Intel came out with this brand new technology called I want to say it was SSE.
Oh.
No, it was MMX. That's it. It was MMX technology.
Oh.
It was
okay,
when
reading about
it was
this, yeah.
it was when x86 CPUs could first start natively processing data for video code on them. It was this major leap in computer technology, and it was set to release in 1989. Microsoft immediately sued Intel because Microsoft said that they could not release that technology until they had an operating system that could use it. The first court ruled in favor of Intel, and it worked its way all the way up to the Supreme Court of the United States. The United States Supreme Court ruled that if you don't have software that runs the hardware, then you cannot release the hardware. Which put all of these crazy ideas like Centrex, I think it's Certron, all of these other companies were making just got axed.
Yeah.
The only reason AMD survived is because of the Japanese market, where Japan had the opposite ruling.
Yeah, no, I can definitely see that, because, well, it's like, Intel creates something, yeah, it's new technology. Of course, other things are going to be a little bit behind before they can actually really fully use it.
Well, it's also why Intel was so late to the 64-bit processor.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Thanks, Microsoft. Thanks, Mr. What was the...
NVIDIA AMD had a working 64-bit processor in 1997. The first working consumer market 64-bit processor for Intel was 2003.
Ooh. Yeah, that's way behind.
That's also why AMD had such a jump on their processor technology, core clocking, and stuff like that. That's why your high-end AMD stuff is still really loved by developers.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, but it's just like that logic though of like trying to sue them over. It's like, yeah, this is new technology. Of course, you're not gonna like. It's like they created this new thing, the first ever. Yes, these other things can't use it yet. Just give it time, and then you can, and then it will be fine. Which makes no.
Yeah.
Oh my
And
god! Thanks, Microsoft.
oh, you want to know what's even worse than that?
Please
Yeah.
tell me more about this dystopian nightmare that I'm currently forced to go through.
So the MMX technology got pushed back to 1994 for Windows 95, right?
Yeah.
Linux in 1991 was supporting MMX technology.
What is MMX again?
It's what allows your processor to do video decoding.
Okay.
It co-parallels with your video card.
Hmm.
It was a massive, massive leap in technology because used to do video stuff with a computer, you had to have a dedicated box to do computer or do video stuff, or a very high-end graphics card.
Yee.
Which those were even like, and
Gah!
like even at the
Frodo.
time, even at that time was an arm and a leg.
Dude, those were like proto graphics cards, and they were wafer thin.
Yeah, they were wafer thin, but they were still costing you an arm and a leg.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Like the thing about that though is Linux could support it in 1991. BSD had a patch to support it in 1990. The court ruling wasn't over until 1992. So by the time they made the decision that they could not they could not use the technology without having software companies that supported the technology, there was already a plethora of software that supported MMX technology.
But because Microsoft couldn't, they were decided, fuck you.
Well, the exact arguments of the people in place was who the hell uses Linux for BSD?
Oh my god. Okay, I won't lie, when I was getting into PC gaming, I was kind of like, okay, who actually uses Linux? And I'm surprised a lot of people did, because at the time I was still new to PC gaming. I was in high school, so it's like, baby, you know?
I mean, I use
Hobby.
Linux.
I know, that's what I'm
Well,
saying.
you avoided a future where you had to wear programming socks.
But no, and then I was also surprised, but at the same time. Now my thing is, I'm gonna be honest, I feel like Steam has a monopoly over PC gaming in terms of the storefront.
Yes,
I
they
just think
do.
it's competition, and I just think it's competition or just doing the wrong, like the opposite of what they should be doing.
Well, to be fair, the only storefront that you could literally call competition to Steam is GOG, and again, GOG doesn't really compete. They should. A lot of people buy games that they would rather buy games on GOG because they end up being cheaper for some reason. But it's for some reason how Valve got everybody in the mindset of having fucking Steam is
and then
it started off as an updater tool.
yeah, I know. I mean, at first it was that, and then it was like to play Valve games, you had to have in some way a Steam program active. And then
Anyways,
later it on, they increased. Yeah.
anyways, chat did weigh in on the video games console thing.
Oh yeah.
My friendo, Deathless Soldier.
What did she say?
Nintendo will continue with their handheld. That is their future. I agree with that. I believe they're going to continue making Switch-like devices.
Probably.
Which I understand. PS should have kept with the PSP and made newer versions. I agree with that. They shouldn't have done what they did with the Vita. What they did with the Vita. Well, there's three things that killed the Vita.
Yeah.
One being the memory sticks they used were type specific.
Yeah.
They moved away from UMDs because most Vita games are JRPGs, and you had to get off the PlayStation Store.
Yep.
And most Americans don't play JRPGs. Believe it or not.
Yep, which honestly is a shame.
It is a shame. It's actually
Microsoft should have released their handheld because they had a handheld that was in release candidate position It was the Xbox handheld. They should have released that, but Microsoft said it wouldn't make them any money because they didn't want to directly compete with Nintendo.
I mean, okay, I kind of get that.
Nintendo pretty
Wait, hold
much
on.
had that on fucking lockdown. They destroyed Sega.
Yeah. Well, not even. Well, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, when you have
In the
titles
early
such as fucking
days,
Pokemon.
well, no, in the early days, the only competitor was Sega with Game Gear.
Yep.
Game Gear, Nomad. Actually, in the early days, the
The Virtual
competitors.
Boy with their first foray into like handhelds, and it was bad.
It was awful.
Well, Nintendo's first handheld was the Game Boy. The good
No,
old
their
brick.
first foray into it was the Virtual Boy. It was their first portable idea.
Oh, well, see, Nintendo's handhelds actually have always had competition. It's just that their competition never gets really far. Sega's first handheld was the Game Gear. They also released the Nomad, which is just a portable Genesis or Master System, depending on where you're from. There's actually a handheld most people, or two handhelds most people don't know exist.
I have a huge feeling that AVGN has them both.
Actually, he does.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was
Are they
thinking.
the Game Gear or the Pocket Gear or whatever they were, Game and Watch, and the other one?
No.
No,
Atari had a handheld system. It was called the Lynx.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, the
It
Lynx.
was the first pocket console with a color screen. And then the TurboGrafx Express, which was a TurboGrafx 16 that you could put in your pocket. And with an adapter could play Super TurboGrafx and Ultra TurboGrafx cards.
Oh, wait, I remember this bit. Yeah, no, he was playing it and he's like, Turbo graphic shit! Fucking
Yeah,
dog
well,
shit! Yeah, no, he fucking laid
Only
into it.
600 more kills.
there's also it's actually fairly rare, and I used to have one. I don't know where it's at. It was created by Bombay, the guy who designed the Game Boy. The Wonder Spawn.
I have never heard of that.
The Wonder Spawn was.
Fun
I'll pull it up on stream.
game.
The Wonder Spawn was what the guy who designed the Game Boy envisioned the Game Boy becoming.
Oh. Oh, wait, you mean the Wonder Swan, not Spawn?
Yeah, it might have been Swan.
Spawn? Wait a minute, I've
No.
heard that name before.
No, okay.
Yeah, it's the Wonder Swan.
Yeah,
It's
Wonder
what he
Swan.
it's what he envisioned it becoming.
So
The problem
this is not to be mean. Oh, yeah, sorry.
The problem with it is it mostly catered to Japanese audiences.
Well, yeah, I mean this guy he's from Japan. What do you
Because he lived in
expect?
Japan. What do you know? I wonder what the thing is here, Sherlock.
Like,
But
for
I used to
instance,
have one.
like, oh, that's cool. But like, I mean, it kind of makes sense because what's it called? There was like Xbox kind of caters towards the U.S. more than like fucking Japan does, like than they do in Japan, which is kind of a shame because personally I feel like there's a ton of games in Japan or that here in the States that
Oh,
Japan
there's
should
so many.
experience.
Like the Tales series, there's exclusively like 6 games that I cannot play.
Yeah. Oh no, I'm just meaning like the whole like from here in the States and you know parts of Europe and all that games here, and then like in Japan, then Japanese games here in the States. They recently with the second half of the Xbox One and the Series S and X, they have been trying to push for a Japanese market, but it's just like it's more for them. It's there.
I would honestly like it's like Bloodborne will probably never see a PC release.
Never will.
Um,
God no, it won't.
Another company that actually has released 2 handhelds that massively failed is Neo Geo.
I remember the Neo Geos.
I remember AGN making a video on them.
Well, the reason Neo Geo failed is because the hardware was super expensive and the games were also super expensive because they were meant to be as true to the arcade ports as possible.
Yeah, see, that's the problem though. If you can't make a game that's both simple, inexpensive, and fun, you're kind of fucked.
Right. Well, that and they didn't have any like Neo Geo titles were best experienced on the arcade equipment. It was the cheapest way to
I
play
have
Neo
seen
Geo.
that. And yeah,
The
why would I pay like that much money when I could pay at like 25 cents, and that was expensive back then, to go
Yeah.
play it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
go play Streets of Rage.
Yeah, with your friends.
Play Mortal Kombat. Have all of the fucking sweaty dudes come like clambering
You
around
know,
in an
get to the end of
arcade.
the game, get killed, realize you're all out of quarters, then you have to go mug some kid for more quarters.
Yeah. I
Another
did
hand,
that at a fucking Chuck E. Cheese.
another,
Yeah, it was a
another.
light gun shooter game that I really fucking loved. You didn't get any tickets, and I like basically like turned around. There was like a fucking 4-year-old, and I said, "Hey kid, you want to play this game with me?" We
Oh
beat
no,
the
just like
game.
straight up like, oh sweet, good for him.
Well, no. And then he used all of his quarters for it, and or not his quarters, his tokens. And I didn't realize that my mom bought the infinite like tokens thing package for a birthday party at Chuck E. Cheese. And the other thing is, I died, and I didn't want like my progress to reverse. So, hey
Yeah,
kid,
I mean just like straight up robbing a kid though.
pretty much I did.
Another handheld that didn't do very well was the games.com.
Oh God.
The what?
Tiger Electric had their own competitor to the Game Boy. It was the games.com.
God, of course
It
it
was
was
the
Tiger Electric.
it was the first handheld to have a modem in it. It was also a
That doesn't sound
PDA.
like a good idea.
It was also a PDA, a phone book. Uh, you could write notes.
Yeah.
I remember those. Like those little personal assistants were so weird.
Yeah. It was an interesting idea, but it was stupid. Now, there's been a lot of people that have tried to dethrone Nintendo as the king of the handheld, but the thing with Nintendo is Nintendo generally played it safe. Like the original Game Boy released in the United States for $99.
Yeah. My grandparents bought me one when they first came out. I still have it.
That's cool. Well, they played it safe, and then also, due to
Well, they
some
played
might
it
say a blessing
safe.
in disguise,
They
with the
played it
limited
safe.
hardware.
They played it safe, and then they had their own internal devs that made beloved franchise make games for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I remember when Pokemon first came out, like everybody would gather around the playground, we'd all talk about it, and then,
Yeah.
we'd all discuss who got the best Pokemon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then like you had that one rich kid that also got the link cable, and everyone would be at the playgrounds trading or battling each
Oh
other.
my god, yes. Well, no, I didn't get to because I was the bullied kid, so no one liked me.
Yeah.
But PlayStation does technically have a handheld. Their problem is its limited scope of what it is. It is extremely limited in what it is.
What, the Switch?
PlayStation. Sony.
Oh, PlayStation? Oh, yeah. Sorry. No, I was still I was still on like the Nintendo thing, and I was like, what?
Yeah.
I mean, the Switch is limiting, let's be real.
Yeah, but
Well,
you
they
can play.
canceled Metroid Prime 4, so any reason I had to buy one is completely fucked.
um
I'll buy the next Switch for Pokemon. I can already tell you that's going to happen. I'm not. I have
Jackie over there
addictions.
just
it's okay. So okay. There's a lot of discussion whenever it talks about when it comes to the recent Pokemon titles. And I mean very recent, because holy crap. When a lot of one thing I will say is that when some players when they talk about like Sword and Shield and Scarlet and Violet, one major criticism is always like the graphics, like the trees, and then the like the size
Yeah.
of the Pokemon and scaling and stuff.
Yeah.
It quite literally is because of a couple of things. One of them is due to the actual file size of the Pokemon themselves.
Mm-hmm.
So it's so it's not so when they introduced Dynamaxing, okay, when they introduced the mechanic of Sword and Shield, the problem came down to is that it's not a texturing or a code to scale up the model and just keep the same like actual identity of the model itself. It's a separate model.
Mm-hmm.
Then they also have Gmaxing, which is its own unique form of a Dynamax, which all it is that Dynamaxing and Gmaxing is just it's the Pokemon's bigger. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
They're their own separate models of their own separate texturing. Then you have the Shinies. Again, another model with its own texturing and then its own Dynamax form. It
This
doesn't
just
have a
makes
Gmax
Power
form.
World seem that much more appealing.
Exactly.
Power World's
then it
getting
comes
Power World's getting a Japanese update. I'm excited.
Well, I still find it hilarious that a bunch of people were like, "Oh my god, everybody said Pokemon was gonna die because of Power World. Look how many people stopped playing." And it's just like, yeah, because they finished the game
Yeah,
World's still not finished.
until the
until
next
an update
expansion.
comes out.
Until the next expansion, which comes out at the end of the month.
Yep. I still haven't like got to the max level, but that's beside the point.
They're
The
raising
other
max
thing is
level too.
that yeah, I expected that, but I haven't even gotten to level 50.
But yeah, no, technically speaking, competitors in the handheld gaming race right now are the ROG, Ally, the Steam Deck, which are both doing really good. I know they're basically portable computers, but they're doing really good, and the Nintendo Switch.
Mhm.
And then you have weird oddities that want to be called a handheld, but aren't really handhelds, like
The
the
Xbox One
LG.
backbone.
Is it called the backbone? The
The
PlayStation
Xbox.
Port.
No, no,
The
no, no,
play.
no, no. Xbox. So Xbox released a phone enhancement gaming thing,
Mm-hmm.
and they called it the backbone.
Uh-huh.
So it
Is it?
basically you just take your phone, you take the case off it, you place it inside, and then you'll connect via your charger. They actually do not have one for Apple,
Oh,
so get fucked. Anyways,
and it only fits certain size phones.
yes, and that's the problem. It's meant to play. It's so you can stream games through Game Pass. That was like the idea of it.
Yeah, you can use xCloud, which is still in beta. Most
Yeah.
people don't know this. xCloud is still in beta. It is limited limited beta. I have an xCloud account, and I'm not allowed to talk about what goes on with xCloud.
The fuck
It's
is
in
xCloud?
Where you can.
So Xbox around the 360 started working on what's going to replace the Xbox One and the Series X. They've
Okay.
already stated that they're going to cloud gaming.
Oh no.
And xCloud is basically just cloud
Play
gaming.
anywhere. Play anywhere. Same save file.
Oh
No need
god.
to.
Yep.
If
I've
anything,
heard
they're
that
kind
crap
of.
before.
It actually runs. It runs better than Stadia did.
Yeah.
It doesn't run as good as Amazon's does, or
Oh.
The
Nvidia's
thing
does.
I will say that's actually decent about the Xbox thing is like having like a PC. Like all of their games requiring a Microsoft account. I'm actually fine with that because I have both a PC and an Xbox. So if I play games on my Xbox that I also have on my PC, let's say Halo Infinite, I haven't played that in fucking I think a
Months.
year now. I think a year now.
I haven't even played it. I don't care.
But like basically like all my multiplayer stuff will be on both my PC and my Xbox. So I don't
Yeah.
have to like worry about like starting from scratch from one platform to another.
Yeah. But weird oddities that want to be considered a gaming handheld. There's that LG device that is strictly for connecting to cloud services.
Yeah.
And then you have the PlayStation Portal, which wants to be called a handheld, but you have to be on the same Wi-Fi network as your PlayStation 5.
Fuck that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, no.
I don't care. Well, not care, but I've kind of okay since like the PS3 and how well Sony handles cyber attacks. I guess the best way to say it is. I could tell that
Literal
Sony was
hacking.
yeah, literal hacking. That's what I mean. Uh, and how like the PlayStation Network will go down for weeks and they don't know what to do. Whereas
Or how
like
all of your personal details just disappear.
yeah, that as well. Whereas like Microsoft is kind of like when it happened during the Christmas of Black Ops 3 releasing, holy shit, they really tried everything they fucking could. Like Microsoft actually did try something.
Huh?
And whereas Sony quite literally did nothing and just waited it out.
When Microsoft stuff got hacked, Microsoft was immediately getting all of their developers together to work on the servers.
Yep.
I remember when it used to be if you hacked Microsoft, they gave you a job.
They still do.
Now it's just like something that you do for fun.
No, Microsoft still hires the people that hack into their servers or gives you money for doing it. Because if you can send them a demonstration of where you exploited their technology, they will still pay you for it.
And then immediately arrest you.
No.
Well, okay, so there's a difference of like what they do.
Yeah, if you do it,
I
and
know,
you
I'm
sell
just
the
being
data,
facetious.
Yeah.
if you do it and sell the data, you get arrested. But if you do it and then you send all the documentation on how you did it, Microsoft will pay you. It's a bounty system.
Yeah, it's like how hackers for bank securities do it as well.
Cybersecurity specialists, they usually hire somebody to break into it, or if somebody just does it on their own accord.
Yeah.
Well,
It's the
see, it's called
same-ish process.
it's called bounties. I used to do that. It's a good way to make a little extra money, and it's not criminal. It's gray hat hacking. It's hey, there's a vulnerability in this area. This is what I did. This is how I did it. The cybersecurity guys go, oh, we need to protect that. That's a massive vulnerability.
And then they develop something to protect it.
Yeah, it's not normally like a huge reward, but you know,
Here's $20 and whatever you want from the McDollar menu.
no, it's normally about five.
Oh god,
on the
missed
low end,
that.
it's about $500. On the high end, it's about 10,000.
Oh, actually, that's not
God,
bad.
I wish I could have $10,000.
There are dedicated people that do that job 24/7.
Well, yeah.
They will have like 6 or 7 computers running at the same time.
Jesus. Quite literally
Yeah.
do the hacker man.
I know somebody that does that. He's currently in the United States. He was born in Chile.
Chile.
He was a lieutenant in the Chilean army.
Oh, that's cool.
And he headed their cybersecurity division. He got enough money to immigrate to the United States, immigrated to the United States, and now he does
Regretted his decision?
No. When he immigrated to the U.S., he's about 15 years older than me.
Oh.
When he immigrated to the U.S., Chile was still a very socialist country.
Oh, never regretted. Never look back. Happy days.
Yeah, he literally sent me a text message via an app I'm not going to mention on stream saying, you better vote for Trump, damn it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Sent you a message, which is odd because you didn't give him your number.
No, he knows how to keep in contact with me. it's good to know a hacker, okay? I'm just gonna
I
say
just keep
that.
imagining a pigeon every now and again shows up on your door.
Or the Raven.
On June 8th, 2024. Oh shit, guys, we're going to be talking about the orange vest movement of the US again.
Again?
Wait,
Uh-huh.
why? What?
Have you not seen this?
So to give
No, I've been
Reflex
kind of.
some background on this.
Reflex, you're gonna want to get drunk.
A bunch of gun grabbing activists, the anti-gunner people, decided that wearing orange was a good way to protest gun violence in the US and how we needed to ban assault weapons. So a term that doesn't actually have a definition. But at
It means whatever they want it to mean, so that they could do.
Yeah,
they
it
could,
just means a
grab
gun
whatever they want.
with war enhancement features or something like that. It is such a vague term.
Well, yeah.
The fuck? War
So,
enhancement features.
Yes.
Well, yeah, because they always try to like assault weapons.
I know. It's just I'm saying it out of incredulity.
A weapon
Assault
of
rifles. Weapons
Assault
of war.
rifle actually has a definition.
Oh, that's still my favorite though. How is it simultaneously a weapon of war and a weapon that cannot take on a government?
Mm-hmm. But
they never explained this one to me.
These protests are still going on. There are people wearing orange to protest all the gun violence. But on the same day that the major part of this was going on, which is today, June 8th, on June 8th, 2024, multiple incidents of gun violence were reported across various cities in the United States.
Yeah.
In
Wait,
Chicago,
sorry, repeat that?
multiple instances of gun violence were reported across various cities in the U.S. Of course, the opening city being Chicago, where a shooting at a Taco Bell cantina in the Loop sent 2 men to the hospital.
Okay, so
okay,
it's
I'm
Chicago.
not getting into honor ball.
Okay, okay. So a lot to unpack there. One, that's fucking Chicago. You should fucking expect that.
I was gonna say, doesn't Chicago have which is it that has the highest amount of deaths per capita by gun violence in a place without actual fucking
Baltimore, Maryland, which also
and
has
they have the strictest gun laws.
Sorta.
The strictest gun laws are actually LA, but LA
and Chicago and Detroit a close second and third.
Detroit's not in the top 10 actually.
Yeah, but I mean, like
Chicago's probably number 3.
And
yeah, but, like,
all of them are in heavily gun-free zones, quote unquote.
Yes.
A clue, Sherlock.
But
it's like there's a correlation here.
Wait a minute. What about the signs, man? Didn't I see the signs?
I mean, yeah, we saw the sign. How this is a terrible idea.
I know, that's like they had some handgun law come out here in Canada, and they even made fun of it on like the lefty thing, where they had a criminal come up to a guy and go, "All right, give me your stuff," and then the other goes, "Dude, don't you know that's illegal?" "Oh shit, you got me! Damn it, I'll have to go turn this in."
Okay, so my favorite part about this is all except for like the last 2 sentences of the Grok report on what's being reported on these incidents, right?
Yeah.
Are all literally Chicago.
Yeah.
Because Lake Michigan, Chicago, West Roosevelt Road, Chicago.
Chicago seems to be mentioned an awful lot in these places.
Well, they stopped mentioning Chicago after the first sentence, but I know what's in Chicago. I know where all these happened. It was Chicago.
Yeah, that's what is it? West Chicago.
That's
mostly?
Chicago.
Isn't like West Chicago is like where majority of it happens?
Other cities also experienced gun violence, including a triple shooting in South LA.
Now, see, I wonder if they're still using the CIA definition of shooting or the FBI, because they have 2 different separate definitions for some reason.
Yes, I know. A shooting in Raleigh, North Carolina. That one's actually kind of rare. Raleigh, North Carolina is normally not reported when it has a shooting.
I mean, there was a shooting up
It's
here in
a
a Jewish school, and almost nobody said anything.
Well, Raleigh, North Carolina is such a shithole, nobody wants to talk about it.
Okay, Jewish school. No one said anything. I wonder
Hmm.
why.
Yeah, no kidding. Like, quite literally, I've seen those
I
protests going on
am
outside in my
live,
cities. I'm like, what the
guys.
fuck is this?
I am live. We stand with Rhodesia. I stand to urinate.
You just want a foul.
Badly.
A Rhodesian foul. That's all you want from that.
Actually, no, I want a Rhodesian G3, but that's beside the point.
I want a foul of any kind, really. Well, one that works, but like that's beside the point.
I also want an FN sir, but that's beside the point.
The foul is such a
There was also a shooting, and believe it or not, this one is what amazes me about this story. A shooting in Birmingham, Alabama, which resulted in 1 death and multiple injuries. South side of Birmingham is just as bad as Chirac. Since they pulled all the steel mills out of Birmingham, it is just as bad as Chirac.
That is funny.
And
what the hell is Chirac?
Chicago.
Oh.
Birmingham, Alabama generally doesn't get reported on the national stage because it's generally, how do I phrase this? A certain minority.
Birmingham, Alabama?
A certain minority shooting another certain minority.
I mean, you could just say it's Birmingham and everyone would just agree. They won't. They don't care. It's just Birmingham. Which
It's
one?
just
Birmingham.
It's just Birmingham. It's just Brum.
Which one? Birmingham. Okay, like UK, the US, Birmingham.
Birmingham. But yeah, no, when it comes down to it, I just find it funny because the Day of Orange is marked by by the highest shooting rates in the world. And I wonder I wonder if what I said was true.
Oh, look, bright and colorful targets.
Yeah, that's why I'm like wondering, like, wait, why? What's it called?
Why are you wearing hunter orange in the middle of a city, you morons?
That's what I'm wondering. I'm like, wait, why orange? That's what my first question was.
Why are you wearing
orange?
safety green?
Like,
By the
why
way,
are you wearing a fluorescent color?
By the way, it's the actual technical name for hunter orange or safety vest orange is actually safety vest green. I only know this because I've had to order them before.
It's still a stupid color.
It is. It's high vis.
Still a stupid. No, it isn't. It doesn't fucking matter. People are retarded.
Yeah.
From experience, I had a friend who worked construction. They had, and I'm going to use, actual numbers here, because doing things as 10th is just objectively better than 8th.
Yeah.
So kilometers, it was 2 kilometers worth of markings. So they had an absolute fuckload of neon lights, safety, orange cones and everything. This woman still managed to drive through all of them and nearly hit all the construction workers.
Yeah.
And then
that
said
sounds about right.
She didn't see anything.
Yeah, that sounds about right. But the thing about this, like I was saying, I don't know why they picked orange. I was making the joke that they were trying to protect themselves from boomers. Because
hey, look at that one. I think he thinks he's on the range.
I think he thinks he's hunting and he doesn't want us to shoot him. God, I hope he doesn't flip it over into camouflage. I won't be able to see him, and I might accidentally mistake him for a buck.
I mean, we don't want to pull a Dick Cheney. That's all we gotta. That's all we gotta say.
See here in the Maritimes, they have the audacity to call what we have cities. They're not cities. If you can go mudding 5 minutes out from the quote-unquote city center, it's not a city.
You can do that in Birmingham, Alabama.
Oh boy.
And still not leave the city. You just go mudding in one
Still
of the
not
building.
leave the city.
Yes. You just go mudding in one of the old quarries. Or one of the old steel mines. Birmingham, Alabama is weird. It is a weird place.
No shit, Sherlock.
It is a weird place. It was a city that was so like the airport, all the pro sports teams, the hospitals, all that shit that's in Atlanta, Georgia, right, was offered to Birmingham, Alabama first. Do you want to know what Alabama's government said to the fucking people doing that?
Nah.
We got coal, we got iron.
We got coal, we got iron, you'll be fine, boy.
We don't need all that fancy shit. We got coal, we got iron. Which is
Clearly,
funny.
this was not well thought through.
Alabama and well thought through.
A sentence that shouldn't ever be in the same.
Two words that shouldn't be in the same sentence.
A state with a state with the largest constitution in the continental U.S.
Yeah,
is that because they just had trouble defining things?
Oh no, that's a completely separate book to explain what this case of this racial slur meant.
Yeah.
Oh, it was just a quantifying of how many racial slurs you needed in particular. I see.
No, no. No, every election cycle, so every 2 years, Alabama passes at least 10 more amendments to the Constitution. Because amendments to the Alabama Constitution are done by popular vote. Most laws in Alabama have to be amended to the Constitution because of how the Constitution works. The Constitution, when I left Alabama, was 3,975 pages.
No.
And something like...
Not just no, but hell no.
70 billion words.
No. How
many words do I tell you to fuck off?
What's even better than that is there is the Alabama State Lexicon, which is another document that is approximately 2,000 pages long that explains what every case of racial slurs used in the Alabama Constitution means.
You just got to keep things, copacetic, I guess?
Consistent.
Well, no, there's sometimes that the N-word refers to a small Irish boy. I wish I was kidding.
I only have one real generation of my family that's Irish, so I can't really complain about that.
If anything, that sounds fine.
Also, there is then the Alabama tax codices. And I say codices for a reason. You know the Encyclopedia Britannica?
Yeah.
And the Oxford Encyclopedia?
Yeah.
Marry both of those together and you have the Alabama tax codices.
No. I'm just gonna stop you right there, Tex. No. Just gonna cut that line of thinking right off at the knees. Fuck off.
Which, fun fact about the Alabama tax codices, they affect you based off where you live, what your racial heritage is, technically.
They don't want to admit that, but it does.
It affects Irish people or Irish and Polish people worse than anybody.
That is great. Okay, that's not great, but that's like great in like a funny, like absurd way.
Well, it's because North Alabama's Irish and Polish were Irish and Polish settlers that really didn't like the English and Welsh settlers in South Alabama.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, I know. I'm just
the Irish don't like other people. Who knew?
Who knew?
Actually, we seem to really like the Polish settlers. The Polacks, the Indian tribes, and the
Irish. They had common
ground.
The Polish came over and looked at the Irish and said, "Kicked out of your country," and the Irish looked at them and said, "Aye." And they said, "Fuck the English," and the Polish said, "Fuck the Russians."
No, it was simpler than that. It was the Irish immigrants moved out to North Alabama to be left alone by the English during the colonial era. So did the Polish.
Oh, so it was just a collective fuck the English. Sounds about
They
right.
ended up intermarrying with the Indian tribes and stuff like that. Which my family came later. My family came when we were exiled from Ireland.
Oh.
I like the Robin Williams joke. The Puritans who came over, our ancestors, people so uptight the English kicked them out. No, take your fancy hats and boot buckles on your shoes and go. And then they arrived at the New World going, hello, we bring you guilt, syphilis, and alcohol.
Actually, northern Alabama's most famous traits. We rebelled against Alabama when it declared its independence. Us in northern Tennessee tried to set up the free state of Nickajack.
What the fuck is that even word?
It's because anybody between the Lake of Nickajack and the Coosa River are Nickajacks and Coosalites in Appalachian speak.
The fuck is a Coosalite?
Means you live north of the Coosa River.
Okay.
And Nickajack means you live around the Nickajack Lake.
Okay.
So,
okay.
So anybody in North Alabama and Eastern Tennessee are Nickajacks or Nickajacks and Coosalites. Fun little Appalachian history. That's why I said even though both me and Atlas are from the same mountain range, technically we would be two different states of people in Appalachian lore.
In Appalachia lore.
Okay, I'm just imagining it. Here's how it's going down in my brain. You know that scene from Looney Tunes where there's two dudes sitting on opposite sides of a valley shooting the same bullet at each other?
Yeah.
That.
No, actually, we generally get along. We generally get along with most of the rest of Appalachia. We just have different cultural norms, which means there's separate stating. That's why you hear stuff like Blue Ridge Mountains, Appalachia, Nickajacks, Coosalites. I forget what the extreme north is. There's 7 states of Appalachia.
And they all hate everyone else, but that isn't Appalachian.
Well, that's partly because of the the War of Independence. I hate calling it a revolutionary war, even though it was a revolutionary idea that it led to. A true revolutionary idea.
One that didn't suck.
But the War of Independence of the United States, Cromwell, not Cromwell, but Cromwell and Cornwallis started executing women and children in the Appalachian Mountains and trying to conscript the Appalachians into the British Army, stating that
thing that they actually. Oh, so what happened in the what was it there, that Mel Gibson movie?
Mm-hmm. There's a reason that Middle and South Appalachia are known as America's Afghanistan. Every country that's ever
not heard, but yeah.
Every country that's ever tried to invade Appalachia has met with misery and defeat, including the United States. We have been a thorn in the side of the U.S. government for a very long time.
Good.
That is something to be very proud of. Continue doing so.
But they tried to take over Appalachia. It led to the genocides of women and children because most of the men were out hunting. Because,
Which then led to a bunch of very pissed off Appalachian hunters.
Well, you're talking about 2 to 3 generations of Appalachians, which means Indian, Irish, and Polish have started intermixing. So the women folk generally worked the farms. The men folk generally were out hunting, building, or securing.
Gatherers died.
And the older folk were generally making alcohol. And grandma was watching the kids. It's kind of how it worked in Appalachia, because Irish culture is very egalitarian. Oddly enough. So was Polish culture and Indian culture. So you had a lot of work, trade, stuff like that. Even had our own currency, which was basically bullets and alcohol.
Again, the beer
Barter.
gatherers.
Um, so when the British invaded, they killed a bunch of women and children, which set the over the mountain men, as they were called, into a rage.
No shit.
This is actually something that George Washington attributes to winning the War for Independence. Because the over the mountain men would not fight the same way that regular army men would fight. Over the mountain men would literally hunt the opposition. And officers didn't mean shit.
Yeah. Guerrilla warfare.
So, right. Funnily enough, that's partly where the U.S. Special Forces came from, was over the mountain men.
Angry Appalachians.
When the British finally called off their war dogs and America was granted peace and its freedom, the British then tried to sue the colonial government over what the Appalachians did in wartime. To which George Washington and a very young Thomas Jefferson looked at him and said, "We don't want to piss them off."
I mean,
you
the
want to
other
fight?
thing is, it's you quite literally killed the women and children. Fuck off.
You killed the women and children of
You
two
started
people.
this. You live in that grave.
Well, they killed the women and children of two cultures that had came from heavily oppressed countries. Because at the time, Poland was heavily oppressed, and so was Ireland. And you want to commit or convict these people of war crimes? What's wrong with you?
Like, my brother in Christ, you did it first.
You did it first. Yeah, but they shot our officers. You killed their women and children. You killed the women. They're savages. I think it was Thomas Jefferson looked at him and went, "They have their own system of trade. We don't know where they get the guns. They build the guns. We don't know how, but they build the guns." They make their own uniforms. You really think we have control over these bunch of over the mountain people? Which they didn't. Actually, the whole reason Appalachia ended up in the U.S. is we signed an agreement stating that we felt safer in the U.S. But for 50 years before the War for Independence started, Appalachia was essentially its own country.
I quite literally had like a moment of like nerdism, is that when I was thinking you were gonna say Worf Cybertron.
Yeah.
Oh my
Most
god.
people don't realize that. Those
Huh?
hills are cursed. They have a lot of blood stain and a lot of problems.
But there are problems.
But at the same time,
From what they've said, and I'm not really willing to test all of the Appalachian myths, because they all seem to believe them, and not like a singular person. Every single one of them says, "Don't whistle."
Yeah.
Don't say anything by first names.
Nope. Nope. Never say your first name. If you hear your first name being called and it's your mother calling you by your first, middle, and or your first
full
names, yeah, it's your absolute full name because she is pissed off at you. Don't answer.
Don't turn around. Just keep walking.
Mm-hmm. Close and lock your doors at night, your windows. Keep a gun by your bedside. Yeah. We're an insanely superstitious people. But
I
at the
also wonder
same
if the
time,
IRS, they've never tried to really collect from there, have they?
they have
How'd that go for them?
not very good. So the whole reason that there is an armed version of the IRS is because of Appalachian moonshiners. More specifically in Kentucky. And
Like there's a correlation here.
for every 5 Appalachian moonshiners that would get arrested, about 30 IRS agents would be found dead in the water. They'd be found face down in the swamp. Yeah. It's one of those things, like, you grow up superstitious, you grow up hardworking, and you grow up believing if somebody fucks with you, you beat the shit out of them.
Oh yeah.
There's no, like, there's
Use the
no, like,
spell getting along.
yeah.
Yeah, there is.
It's like growing up, you're pretty much taught that bankers will never be Appalachians, insurance salesmen will never be Appalachians, lawyers can never be Appalachians because you can't trust them. And we have good reasons you can't trust them.
I mean, yeah.
Can't trust somebody that counts your money all day for a living and don't do any hard, honest work. Can't trust somebody that'll lie on your behalf. And you can't trust somebody that's going to sell you a boatload of lies and then set your fucking mind on fire. That's a reference to Vicksburg, Virginia, Chad, if anybody's wondering. Insurance man insured the whole town. Then mysteriously, the mine caught on fire and the insurance company didn't exist anymore. Mine's still on fire, by the way. It's the longest burning fire in U.S. history.
That's a lie. Your government's been on fire just as long.
Vicksburg, Virginia. Vicksburg, Virginia ignited when the U.S. government was still stable. It was ignited before the Federal Reserve existed. It was before World War One.
Just kill my joke in its infancy. It had so much longer to go. It had 1,000 miles to tread, and you shot it before it even made it out the door. I'm sad now.
Yes, but it's one of those things. Like, that is your typical Appalachians believe this stuff because we are insanely superstitious because people go missing in them woods all the time. Especially, like, the group of people I grew up in, since we were a farming village on top of a mountain.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't go outside after night. If a light was on, you were in the house. Didn't matter if the sun was still up. If there were lights on, you were in the house. Every light was to be turned off as soon as it got dark. Because you didn't want things coming up to you in the middle of the night. And I grew up with a shotgun that stayed under my bed from the time I was 14 till it's still under my bed.
So this moment
Yeah.
right now.
Yeah. I grew up learning how to use a gun when I was 5 years old for very good reasons. That's just Appalachian mentalities. You can't trust people that ain't Appalachian. You damn sure can't trust
everybody should know how to use a gun.
I mean, well, yeah. But this is where I just want to mention why the European mind cannot comprehend this. Every every state is basically its own country. And they
I really don't understand how they can't get that. They're all the same sort of thing. They're all their own countries. Well, you know what? I understand why they can't get it now. Because Germany finally took over.
Well, no, they can't understand it. Well, no, they can't understand it is that they're all like the U.S., right?
Mm.
All Americans are the same, right?
Oh, yes, you're all homogenous.
Yeah, they believe it's like every state is the exact same. Whereas, like,
So
well, they'll complain, or where they'll say that, oh, we're all different. It's like, no.
so that's actually an interesting thing because it's a modern phenomenon. And I
I mean,
only know this I know a lot of really older European gentlemen for reasons. And a lot of
Well, it's
times, well, the ones I know that like, grew up around the 40s and the 50s, some of which
yeah,
passed away.
God
They
rest
would
their
tell you
souls.
Americans would come over and you would say US or you're a US citizen. They would go, "No, I'm from Alabama. I'm from New York. I'm a New Yorker, not an American, a New Yorker.
yeah.
I'm a George.
Fuck your food, it's delicious.
Fuck your food. It's delicious. I want a little Bostonian there." Uh, the thing about that is, like, they'll tell you, like, when the Americans were coming over, you could tell where an American was from based off their mannerisms.
Mhm.
But where that started was the Civil War when America finally or got a national identity as the United States instead of these United States. It just took
Yeah.
that long for it to permeate over there. So when they say the United States, they assume that we're all one country instead of 50 smaller countries acting as one unitarian federalist thing.
Republic.
Well, we're not even really unitarian. We're adversarial. That's why that First
Agreed.
Amendment's very. That's why the First Amendment's so important.
Yeah.
Yeet.
Yes, the Second Amendment does not exist in my court. Well, funny you say that. Well, then, the First
That one
Amendment.
still boggles my fucking mind. That's like, no,
The Second
it
Amendment doesn't
exists in your
exist.
court. That
The
is the
Second
entire
Amendment
point
doesn't.
of it.
Didn't he double down on that? Like, yeah,
Yeah,
he
he did.
did.
Yeah,
The
he
Second
did.
Amendment doesn't apply to New York.
Yeah.
Yes, it does.
It applies
I
to the whole country. The
I
whole
hate to
point
say
of the
Exactly.
this.
Constitution is the whole country.
I hate to tell him this, but the New York Constitution, which the U.S. Constitution's based off of, had gun rights written into it
Yeah,
because New York was very, very scared
of a lot of
of.
things.
Well, they weren't a major port city at the time, but they were a minor port city. They were afraid of invasion.
Well, yeah, it's like the Boston Tea Party, anyone?
Again.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
And a lot of people also don't realize this. When the founding fathers said the rights and freedoms of the citizenry, freedoms don't mean what we think it means.
Yeah.
With freedoms comes duties and responsibilities.
Yes.
You have a
That
duty
thing
to
that
be
no one wants to do anymore.
you have a duty and responsibility to be armed because in the United States you are legally part of the militia when you turn 17.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been a
Oh
while.
boy, howdy,
Congratulations.
because
Oh, hey.
that's the kind of
Congrats.
militia I want these days. Bunch of
Well,
armed 17-year-olds shooting themselves.
you're legally considered part of the militia. Good night, Deathless Soldier. Thank you for chatting.
What else?
Long time
God,
friend.
what else?
But yeah, no, when it comes down to it, that's one of the things that I don't think a lot of people understand. In the United States, legally, you are part of the militia when you're 17. That is both genders, by the way. It was originally just men, but now it's both
See,
genders.
that's why I'm a trigendered, three-spirited kumquat in this anthropomorphic
Doesn't matter.
bipedal body.
Doesn't matter because
But I am not.
the addendum says if you are a U.S. legal resident or citizen.
I'm a sovereign citizen. I'm.
Oh god, the sovereign citizens.
Don't even get me started with sovereign citizens.
I'm not gonna lie though. This is actually something I've noticed when it comes to police is that they did create a code for it. But it's always like I need to see your ID. And whenever you always pull out the card of am I suspected of a crime? That right there should shut down the police officer and literally back off.
It
Because if he
doesn't.
says it doesn't, and that's the problem, is that every time you take this to court, the courts do rule in, like, should rule in your favor, because were they? If filming is considered it, which this actually is getting fought within multiple different courts, filming just in general, right? In public areas, because it happens a lot, you'd be surprised.
Oh no, I've seen like the rise of social media has led to this absolute fuckload of people just invading public spaces doing that shit.
Yeah, and kind of no at the same time. It's kind of weird when it comes to this, but just filming was ruled under freedom of speech, and it's not even just like filming in general. You, like, for instance, this one person really liked how this crane looked at like this construction store, like to sell construction equipment. So it was just filming it to see how cool it looked, right? And the
Yeah.
people like had problems with him filming it, and he explained, "I just like the crane; it looks cool." They were thinking he was like this super terrorist or something like that. And I'm like, dude, he's a fat white guy.
Yeah,
Like,
that right
fuck.
there. He's a white guy.
And then the
Clearly
police will try
nefarious.
to, yeah, right. But no, it just, the problem comes down to, the police like will try to do this stupid tactic of like, I need to see your ID, and
Sorry.
Dude, I got
Yeah.
pulled over at 3 a.m. coming home from my
That's
job at a
different.
casino because I was on my bicycle, and the cop asked to see my driver's license.
I mean, were
You
you on
get
the
an
road?
ID, boy. You get an ID.
I was on the side of the road, like on the fucking no, there wasn't a sidewalk where I was at the time, so I was just on like as far off to the dirt as I could get.
Sir,
Oh,
you been drinking
alright.
tonight?
He asked me that, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
No.
at
I
least here
looked
in the
at him and said,
States,
"Dude, I just got off work from dealing with a bunch of drunkards. Right now, I just want to go home." The thing was is that I was texting my Flintstone vitamin supplier at the time he pulled me over.
no, that's funny. But I mean, it's more of a different thing where it's like just walking around or whatever, talking, can even, like, the police can even just do this bullshit of,
You
you have
are
an ID.
suspected.
Yeah, and they don't, like, that's why I said, like, for instance, the wellness checks are actually like a way for police to actually arrest someone. They don't actually care about the person's well-being.
They do not.
So it's, they'll use anything for a suspicion, and you like questioning their authority is cause for suspicion for them, but they won't like say it, because if they say it, then that actually does make them quite literally the definition of a tyrant.
Oh.
And the police are not meant to be. They're meant to
Nope.
enforce.
This is why I favor sheriffs over police officers. Sheriff's
Yeah.
deputies are held to a higher standard.
Yep.
Because the sheriff wants to stay in power. He got to keep making the populace happy. But the shift gears a little bit. Apparently, this happened at 1 p.m. in Vancouver, Canada, near Cole Harbor.
Oh no.
A
What happened
seaplane
now?
has crashed and collided into a pleasure passenger boat as it was trying to take off. Multiple people have been injured.
It's not that bad, right?
The plane tried to take off. It met boat.
I mean, haven't we all done that before? I mean,
No, I'm not allowed to fly airplanes. Something colorblind.
Okay,
Fuck.
no offense. I would not want to be in a plane with you, even if you're a passenger.
Why?
I know you. That's why.
Riff looks over here. I've been through this before.
I know who you are.
Why?
For one, you're okay. Let me start off by saying you're Appalachian, so
Metals. Do you want to know how I deal with Metal Skybird?
Yeah, see, you call it Metal Skybird, not airplane.
No, actually, we normally just call it a plane. You know how I deal with planes?
You shoot
The
them.
whole 3 times I've been on a plane,
Yeah.
I take 2 sleeping pills and conk out for the 6 hours I have to be on the plane.
Okay,
I
your
tried to make
Appalachian, I know for a
conversation
fact
with
you
a
have night
woman
terrors.
beside me once. I told her my name and she said, "That's nice," and then ignored me. I was like, "Well then, fuck you."
Yeah.
Plane! Right? How's it
Screw
going,
me for trying to
Gaming
talk to.
Shields?
Screw me for wanting to talk to the person next to me that I'm gonna be stuck with for 8 hours.
Yeah, yeah. Well, see, that's the thing. Like, if I'm on a plane, I take 2 sleeping pills to pass out because I don't want to make conversation with the people on the plane. They're plane people.
See, I'm from a rural place where we're just really nice to everybody, and we'll randomly say hi to each other. Don't even know the guy. I'll be walking down the street and say, "How you doing, bud?" "Yeah, doing great. Have a good day. You too."
No,
And
no,
it's fucking
it's
hilarious watching people that are not used to that look at them and go, "What? They said hi. What do I do? What do I do?"
I'm not gonna lie.
that.
I did that so I'm from a part where you really don't do that, but I moved to a part where you do, where it's common to say just hey, hi, to people, right?
Yeah.
So when I went to visit that old part, like my old hometown or whatever, and I walked into a gas station, I just said hi to the cashier. He looked at it as if I murdered his firstborn.
I
I'm
know,
like,
isn't it
what
great?
the
You watch them get absolutely fucking terrified.
And I'm
Uh,
like, what?
Gaming Shields ask if you don't want to make conversations, why don't you just fly the plane yourself? I would if they'd let me.
For safety reasons and because I like to live so far. No.
For safety reasons, and I have a will to live.
No, in the United States, you're not allowed to fly aircraft if you're colorblind. I am colorblind. I am not allowed to fly
No.
aircraft. It is racism.
Yeah, you're also.
That is not how racism works.
It is racism.
Also, it's also if you're dyslexic, they don't let you fly airplanes. You'll actually be denied.
I don't meet the qualifications on dyslexia. My dyslexia is
I do.
mostly I misspell things. I can read everything in the world just fine. The problem is I'm colorblind, and I said, "How the fuck does that matter? What color is a
I
green?
can't be a. Sorry.
What color is a green light? Gray. What color is the red light? Oh shit! It's another shade of gray."
For me, it's why I'm. This is why I can't be an artilleryman. All right, G3. Wait a minute, is that an 8?
I consider myself.
Meanwhile, over here, Private Took, how you doing? Let me just.
Let
Yeah.
me,
What happened to him, Sugarloaf?
Bring the donuts. Why the pilot passed out? We need the donuts. Get the donuts. Get them now. Fun fact, though, I am
Excuse
legally.
me, is anyone on board this plane a confectioner?
I am actually allowed to be a navigator on an airplane. I am not allowed to fly an airplane. The thing that requires actually knowing colors, I can be being colorblind.
One of my cousin-in-law, one of my cousin-in-laws, he's colorblind. He can't see any neon colors. And I never understood that concept. I'm like, but you drive, right? And he goes, yeah, I drive. And I was like, wait, then how can you not tell when it's red or green? And he goes, well, I know the positions. And I go, oh.
Yeah, if you go 1, 2, 3.
I was 8. I was 8 years old.
No.
Yeah, so I never met someone who was colorblind until then.
Yeah, I'm the reason that stop signs are hexagonal, or is it octagonal? It's a gonal. They are a shape. I am also the reason that there are signs that say "slow children at play."
See, I have conflicting feelings about that because they never used an apostrophe. So
I purposely aim for the helmet users. There's a crowd of people.
more evidence that wearing a helmet while you're biking is bullshit.
Slow children at play. Have you played Withering Waves yet? No, I have not played Withering
Also,
Waves
quick
yet.
question. The kids are always in the schools, right? When you're going past. Isn't that just giving pedophiles a bigger opportunity to pick someone?
Jeez, all right, let's probably not.
Look, as
dwell on this one.
as somebody that had to deal with a post 9/11 world and how schools became literal fucking prisons,
Yeah.
pedophiles
I
had a
know
better
that
chance
one.
of getting children out of schools than parents did.
Yeah, actually, like as sad as that sounds, yes.
What's changed?
It was harder before 9/11. If you end the apostrophe, it might take too long for them to get to the next word.
Jesus.
No, I don't advocate for murdering people. I love everybody, no matter their special disabilities.
Yeah, I know. We have to treat communists
I'm
like
glad.
people.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
what?
hell no. Hell no. By U.S. law, they're not people. You heard me, communist YouTube moderator person. You're not a person by U.S. law. You're not considered
Communists aren't
people.
and anybody who thinks communism is a good idea needs a good thrashing with a history book.
Exactly, but no, it's like,
No,
but you
literally,
said,
just
like,
with the
yeah,
history
yeah.
book. I'm not talking mentally. Just start beating them with the fucking history book.
Yeah, beat the knowledge into them. Yeah, I get it. But no, I was meaning it's like you said disability. It's like, yeah, we have to treat that even if they have disabilities, we have to treat them like people. And I was like, yeah, we have to treat communists like people.
No. The civil rights laws say differently. You're supposed to unperson communist. That's what civil rights laws actually say. They ain't people.
JFKism.
JFK actually had a really
It's
great
alright, they're
working
communists, who
relationship with
cares?
communist.
No, he did? I thought he hated them.
Yeah. No, him and Khrushchev had really long conversations constantly.
Oh, yeah, I forgot, yeah.
But the thing about that is, no, I try to respect everybody because I do believe in freedom of speech and stuff like
Except
that.
communists.
I just find it funny that I know more about their theories and understandings than they do.
Well, that's not hard. All they hear is free stuff.
What do we do for fun? Well, I bitch about things on the internet constantly, scream at my production team for being 3 weeks late.
Tribes.
Lots of tribes. Also Hoy. Whatever game I'm streaming. Tonight's not actually a normal stream night. I just felt like bitching into the internet because I had nothing better to do. My production
Jackie got bored.
My production team is 3 weeks late. Plus, I'm trying to reset my sleep schedule because I have to wake up earlier now.
Have you tried taking away the rations of your team until the food is, And what's that saying? The beatings will continue until morale improves.
Here's a pizza party.
I'm worried that I'm worried I would break 2 of them and the other one would throw rocks.
No, you throw them a pizza party, but you only get them 2 pizzas. You take away 1 pizza and the other one's just plain. No cheese.
The other one's just dough. No, it's just dough.
It's just a dough
no
thing.
cheese.
It hasn't even been cooked yet.
The thing
it is cooked. It has no seasoning. It is just basically bread.
The thing is
it's just a loaf of bread with a single Kraft cheese slice.
You've met most of my production team.
Yeah, we know.
Yeah, they're easily breakable.
Yeah. I'm fucking insane. That's all I have to say.
You pay them $100,000 a year and they'll be on time. Oh fuck no, they wouldn't.
Knowing them, no.
If you paid me $100,000 a year up front, yeah, sure, I'd be on time. I'd be on time for my fucking jet. I'm leaving.
Oh no, they wouldn't. They keep they have this problem of feature creep here lately.
Oh no. What? See, that's a simple solution. You have to beat them until they stop doing that.
Yeah, but you've talked to 2 of the 3.
I've talked to all of them.
Oh yeah, that's right. You have talked to all of them.
Yeah.
Then
I've
then
only
you
done it in text
completely
with one.
understand how easy it is to break 2 of them.
Well, yeah.
But yeah,
Because they're bigger women than me.
And one of them is a man. Worf.
Sorta.
I was referring to Worf.
Oh yeah, no, that's the one that anybody in the house could break.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. And he's like, they're more bigger women than me, and I'm like, yeah. And one's a man, meaning Worf.
No,
Also,
it's
I like
just
how him and I are both just as autistic because, like, I made a joke and he explains, I'm like, yeah, that could technically be, and I'm like, oh my god. And I'm like, I do the same shit.
yes, he's. Look, in this house, everybody is their own special flavor of autist.
The
You
conflict of autism.
you want to get Kai started on something? Start talking about naval ships.
Hey Kai, I like Azure Lane. Holy fucking heaven. She probably will actually
You
hate
want to
that.
get Worf to never shut up mention something about Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yeah, that too.
I'm currently writing the fucking script for a documentary on guns.
Nice. Hey, we should do a movie night for the stream.
That was originally what Saturdays were.
Oh.
The other problem is that, you know, if we do a stream a movie night live,
Can't
how
do
are
it
we going to
live.
avoid copyright?
I could only do like live streaming movie night on Twitch.
On Twitch? Or...
Yep.
Okay, I thought
and only if I still had Amazon Prime.
Oh, well, I mean,
yeah.
I know where to
I
find
have
a
an option.
movie for free that's really good. And all y'all need to like watch it because it's fucking awesome. And it's on Daily Motion.
Good night, gaming shields. Sweet dreams. Make sure to hit that like button.
And Daily
Put me in the algorithm, damn it.
And Daily
Also,
Motions is like lesser YouTube, which is great because like they don't actually have.
It's been around forever. That and Vimeo.
That too.
But no, that's part of the thing. Like, we were going to do an anime night and a movie night, but because of how busy we've been with all of our projects.
Yeah, I can see that.
And hopefully next week I will be starting to shoot the education stuff that will be going up on an alternate channel on YouTube and the Cock channel on Rumble. That is as far as I can say while I'm on a live mic.
Yeah, there's certain things you probably shouldn't announce before they actually are concrete. Or
no,
or
it's more of I don't have a title for the series yet.
Oh.
Yeah.
the true autist weakness title.
Well, I'm
you have
going
ideas,
to.
You don't know how to call it.
I'm going to be working
or character customizer.
I'm going to be working 12-hour days at the day job, so I will have an extra day off.
Yes.
So I'm going to be working on scripted content again.
Oh, nice.
Fun.
Which is, I'm also having to learn new video editing software because fuck Adobe.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Apparently the State of Decay 3 trailer dropped at the Xbox, or is dropping at the Xbox Showcase tomorrow.
That's cool. I never played either State of Decay 1 or 2.
I didn't either, but everybody's told me that they were really good.
They're like extra dystopian and stuff.
Yeah, I've heard like they're good. I just didn't really care to play them.
I just never had time. I already don't sleep enough, according to my doctor. I think he's a fucking liar, but you know.
I've been working on my garden.
Gardens are nice. It is really nice to touch grass sometimes. Unless you're me.
I mean, I went out hanging out with my mom all day. That was fun.
I normally walk over to the park whenever I'm doing stuff, riding wise.
I gotta go
It's good.
actually to the. Oh no, wait, I'm going. I'll have to wake up early and see if I can get to the garden center because I want to get radishes.
That's good though to like just get to
I
a
have
calming
terrible
place
news
where,
for
right?
all of you people that were excited about a game series that I own but I've never played.
What's that?
Yeah.
Kingdom Hearts 4 is delayed till 2026.
Oh no, my
because
heart.
because it's
How
using
will-
Unreal. They've decided that they're going to do it in Unreal Engine 5.
You know what? I still haven't played 3, and I still have to beat 2. And one of these days, I just have to like get away for. One of the things I want to do is build my own entertainment center away and build my own little thing, because I'm tired of having my computer in my room.
But yeah, the Xbox showcase is tomorrow, which means I can completely ignore everything on that showcase.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I mean, Kingdom Hearts HD 1.5 plus 2.5 are on Steam, and same with 2.8, the final chapter, and
Okay.
3.
Do you know what that means, though?
Nothing.
They're on PC.
Yep.
Do you know
And
what that really means?
Final Fantasy stuff? I don't know.
Let me go. I'll just check something here for.
Well, they aren't out it yet. They're gonna release soon.
Yeah.
But, I don't really care. Is it the Epic Deal exclusive? Because actually, like, they've been on
No,
PC
this
for a
is
long
what
time.
that means. It's on PC.
Oh.
Yeah.
They've been on PC through Epic.
No.
Excellent. I'll just download them.
1.5 and 2.5 haven't been. Only 3.
Oh. And I still
And
don't
3
really
got
care because, like, the guy who writes this story is insane. Not in a good way.
No, the first 2 were interesting to follow. I don't know
Believe
what
it
they
or
did with
not,
3.
Hey, so let's talk about the rhythm game that has everything to do with the story. I'm not joking. Oh yeah, also there's a mobile game that had it, or that had elements that involved the story, retcons and other changes for 1.5 and 2.5 and 2.8. Oh, and then that one time when he
See,
appeared.
I only knew about Chain of Memories 1, 2, and 3, and that's all I care about.
Yeah, but they're still all canon because this guy can't fucking realize, hey, stick to a schedule or stick to a, you know. Also, manga that came out exclusively in Japan, and a bunch
Dude,
of
I'm
other
so
things.
used to that.
Yeah.
Like I said, the Tales of series has at least 6 titles that I can't play unless I understand Japanese.
Yeah.
You find an English match.
So, if I remember correctly,
No, they only released them in Japan.
1.5 and 2.5 is the amalgamation of all the Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2 games. If I'm remembering right, which I'm not saying I am. And then HD 2.8 is everything that happens between 2 and 3. And then 3 and Remind is everything 3 to 4. Because
and you're forgetting the rhythm game.
You say that like it's something new to Japan.
You're saying that like I don't
Seen
play
Japan.
I
Japanese.
still don't think that's good. I'm gonna say that. That's all I'm saying is that it's not good business strategy to do this shit.
Disagree? It's made them millions.
Yes, because Japan likes trash. I'm gonna be honest.
You're saying that like I didn't play Gundam Breakers 1, 2, and 3, which are Japanese exclusives.
And you're really getting to judge them from the moral trenches here in the West? Like we're in a position of quote unquote superiority.
Oh, I'm not trying to act superior. I'm just saying I just don't care for it. It's also part Disney. I fucking hate Disney.
You know, when I was a kid, having the Disney Renaissance in a video game was fucking magical.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, when
Now
you were
it's
a kid,
just annoying.
A million D and 5 years ago.
Oh, shut up! I know I'm old.
That's honestly why I don't like the Marvel Lego sets, because it's based off of the fucking, especially the Spider-Man. Holy crap! I hate the fucking Spider-Man. The Lego sets for Spider-Man and Marvel.
Let me guess, Miles Morales?
No, not even Miles Morales. Just like, one, there's too much of like How do I say it? There's so many cars for Spider-Man that it shouldn't that they shouldn't exist at all. Surprisingly, a
Why
large.
does Spider-Man have a car? I remember that asking that. I had a toy where Spider-Man had a car and it shot out the front and it was basically just a Batmobile.
Yeah, that's how it kind of is phrased, even in the Lego sets. He has a car, and then
speaking
got. Oh yeah, sorry.
Speaking of Marvel, there's a rumor going around that Taylor Swift is playing Lady Deadpool.
I'm already not even interested in the Deadpool Wolverine movie, and I don't care to.
Out of pure love for Deadpool, I'm going to see it in theaters. I have made it my tradition since the first one.
Out
and I will not
of
flag now.
Out of tradition, I am not going to give a shot because I haven't seen anything in theaters in a long time.
That's fair. But no, what I was trying to say is that Marvel, in terms of Lego theme, is based around the MCU for the most part. And Jesus Christ, Groot! I swear they are like
They're milking Vin Diesel's voice for 3 lines.
Yep.
Which is why I'm never gonna get an actual Riddick finish. Because of Disney.
Alright, guys. His Majesty King Robert I of the United Kingdom passed away peacefully at Windsor Castle.
Wow!
The news of his death has been met with widespread mourning and condolences from various organizations, including the Royal Air Force Regiment, the College of St. George, the British Army, and the government of Gibraltar.
It hasn't even been 2 years!
King Edward has received condolences from international figures.
Oh my god, he waited that long! He waited that long to die in 2 years! It's finally mine, mother! Yes, it's finally my chair!
Well, see, the funny part about this is the queen well, technically she can't be queen because it's only the first wife can be queen. So she's technically a high princess. But apparently, her response when people were checking up on the king, I don't remember what his kingly name is. I think he is King Robert.
King Bob.
King Bob.
I mean, both are technically correct.
His wife, who technically by British law cannot be queen, I'm going to point this out, said that he's doing fine, except he won't slow down and do what he's told. Kinda dead.
I'm not gonna lie, as an American, I don't care. Like, quite literally, I do not care about the royal family that has not been, like, at all politically a power in, like, forever ago. See, actual real news, in my opinion, is if fucking Joe Biden falls over tomorrow. Like, that's news. No, actually not tomorrow, right now. Like, that would actually be cause for alarm.
Yeah, Joe Biden just tripped on his own shadow.
I mean,
for the 14th time this hour.
Yeah, no, that happens all the time. But I mean, like, if he dies, like, that's actual fucking cause for alarm. And I would be like,
Who's
oh,
to say he's
shit.
alive?
Yeah.
Can you really call that living?
Yeah.
Since you want me to keep it to American news, former Vice President Mike Pence has announced that he will not vote for Donald Trump.
Okay, I don't really care about Mike Pence either.
Nobody
okay,
does.
No, okay.
Yeah, King Charles is still alive. Who's King Robert?
The British longest ruling monarch.
What is he rule? They have quite literally, because of the U.S., they stopped being a monarchy.
I have no idea. I just saw it in the news feed and I was like, huh. Who the fuck is King Robert? And I figured I would read out the story and somebody could tell me.
Some dude named Robert King.
Yeah, I know that one, I think.
I think you've read a thing about Robert Baratheon.
It was posted an hour ago. I don't even know who the fuck King Robert...
Anyways.
Oh. Okay.
What is it?
That's why I was confused. Somebody finally updated it. It was apparently the king in Roblox UK roleplay. And it's trending on Twitter.
This is great. Now this is great.
This is fucking amazing.
Now I'm invested. I want to know more.
Real life politics, sleep. Oh my god, some virtual fucking Roblox thing. Oh my god, real shit, my boy.
Apparently,
apparently
gamers in Singapore are having a hour of mourning for King Robert the First.
and Robert's in King Robert's final words before he passed. Oof.
Oof. Damn, could you imagine?
Yeah, you know what's really funny is that majority of so Roblox actually had, speaking of that noise, by the way, majority of the official servers that Roblox actually do host themselves got rid of that noise, but the ones that fans created, they were like, nah, we keep that in, so they made a plugin to keep the noise in.
The passing of His Majesty King Robert I has struck a chord with the people of Hong Kong. A sovereign who spent his years not just as a distant king, but an involved citizen who called Hong Kong his home for many years.
That's great.
Meanwhile, there's a bunch of clueless Americans that are like, what? King Charles died?
Boomers. Unironically, boomers.
Although that being said, King Charles was rushed to a hospital earlier today.
Oh, okay, that actually is kind of, yeah.
Yeah.
So my dad.
Also, Kate Middleton is divorcing Charles Spencer.
Man, anyone named Charles is just having like the worst time of their lives, are they? It's like, you can't have shit no more, right?
The royal regent has said that Prince Harry and Prince Andrew are forbidden from acting on King Charles' behalf.
Talk about unironically get fucked.
Yeah, but Prince Harry can't act on on his father's behalf. He gave up his royalty.
Oh no!
Oh no!
A monarchy did something stupid?
A fucking royal brat did something stupid? But hey, we here on the Jackie Wolf channel and Cox Studios would like to salute King Robert in his stewardship of 600 and something days as the ruling monarch of the UK, the longest ruling monarch of the UK.
So fucking dumb. Oh wait, there's 3 armies. Oh no. Oh no.
Apparently, James Gunn is working on Superman 2025.
Yeah, I've seen the poster for it and it looks pretty, like, okay at best. The costume could have some improvements. And it's not like, oh, Photoshop, whatever, that, no, he had confirmed that was the actual costume they're using. But, like, it's alright. I'm gonna be honest,
yes.
Marvel has done so much damage towards the, done so much goddamn damage for the, movie franchise. Like, movie industry.
Marvel's done a lot of damage to itself.
Yeah, that is also true.
Oh shit.
I should have Queen Bess instead of just 2 normal mortars. Fuck.
Apparently, Governor Katie Hobbs is under fire for alleged pay-to-play scheme.
Who?
The governor of Arizona.
What do you mean pay-to-play scheme?
Investigation was initiated following a report that a group home business, which had donated $400,000 to Hobbs and the Arizona Democratic Party, received a rate hike from the state a few months later. The allegations suggest a possible link between the donations and favorable treatment by the business. In other words,
Okay,
they got
so,
more
like,
money. They got more money for the government for donating to her governor.
Oh, okay. That's still kind of
And
stupid to say, but...
Hi, Fleximi. What's up?
But, like, to phrase it as pay-to-play is funny to me, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, well, considering I love the fucking Carrie Lake thing, yeah, there's a lot of inaccuracies, but what do you want us to do about it?
But it's like, I don't know, it's... The fuck? All I gotta say is, what the fuck?
Oh, I'm just waiting for the Razor Fist video.
No, yeah, that is true. But no, it's like, basically, as you mentioned, it's... So they actually, like, lobbied without, like, lobbying.
Well, yeah, that's what a pay-to-play scheme is. Like, if I was running
lobbying.
for president... if I was running for president and you gave me money to run for president, and then I turned around and was like, well, you're going to get all these state contracts. That's pay-to-play.
Yeah.
And that is highly illegal in the United States. It happens all the time.
Unless you call it lobbying. Then it's fine. Then then morality just is thrown out the window.
I mean, if you want to donate to my presidential run, there is a tip link down below. You can also donate to my Patreon.
Mm.
Yeah.
How about let me pull a Professor what's his name from
It's
Austin
not pay to
Powers?
play.
How
I will
about
not.
no?
I will not. I will not give you any favors. But if I do run for president and I successfully do win the presidency, I will use the NFA as toilet paper.
I will do nothing with this term.
I will
This
do
money
nothing.
is going to waste.
I will buy things that I probably should not have. I want a mini fridge.
I want the Xbox mini fridge. I could have gotten one today at Target.
No, I just want a mini fridge.
Oh, well, I mean, yeah.
Yeah. That way I can keep my monsters cold and by my feet.
Yeah, same.
Although that being said, I can just play some monster on my computer and it gets cold.
I envy you. Like, severely envy you.
Why?
Because I want a cold fridge too.
My computer's not a fridge.
Or not cold fridge. Cold PC.
My favorites, it's got this big display that tells me how hot it's gotten, and so far the hottest I've gotten it's 30°C.
Again, I envy you.
It runs at like 10°C right now. It's great.
Shit, I misused that.
It sucks all the heat off my feet. I have to wear the thigh highs or I freeze to death.
I envy you. Again. Yeah, I know these great falcons are coming to flank me. I don't care.
Yeah, probably.
What if I just don't care?
What if I just die of cancer?
Well, you see,
I probably am. I got vaccinated. I got the death shot.
Alright. Wait, are the Falcons not even gonna fight the mortar? What is the AI doing? Are they? Oh wait, no!
Hey, wait, this
Oh,
one.
that's what it is.
Hey, look, news that actually affects me. Probably, not really.
Hopefully.
Twitch recently reversed a policy change that applied its entire guidelines to VR chat streamers.
Wait, what?
Yeah, for about 2 days, VTubers had to wear appropriate attire.
Actually, that makes a lot of sense that they had to do that. Because I'm gonna be honest, there's a lot of lewd-based ones out there.
Yeah.
And they obviously do it.
Yeah. I've seen a few of them. Some of them show up on Fillion streams.
Yeah,
and then I do watch Kershey. I do watch Kershaw.
Unfortunately,
that's not that is not unfortunately.
Kershaw is based as fuck.
Man.
I love Insane Fox Girl. I don't know what you're talking about. Insane Fox Girl, cute.
Insane Fox Girl has news and like better, news on DEI and all that bullshit than most mainstream. I still want to see her debate Tim Pool.
Tim would never do it.
Tim's a pussy.
I have a bigger shot of debating Tim than Kershey does. That's sad, but it's true.
I hate
because Tim
should stop.
And it's nothing. It's nothing against Tim's character, although Tim has changed yet again because since his videos started getting pulled off by YouTube.
Tim's the definition of a fucking fence sitter.
He really is.
No, not fence sitter. Really, more like fence hopper.
Well, I would say something else, but I would get in trouble by YouTube. What he does with the fence post. He got a gape. But, when it comes down to it, I have a better chance of debating Tim Pool than Kershey ever will, or Kershey will ever have to debate Tim Pool. And the reason for this is because my political spectrum falls on the left side of the spectrum, so he will naturally think that I'm an idiot. That I have no idea what the things that I am saying are. That I am parroting talking points. Plus, was a registered libertarian for a little while. Still don't know how how I won that mirror oil race.
Okay, I feel like registering as a libertarian defeats the whole point of being libertarian.
I ran for a government position on the Libertarian Party's ticket. So I had to register as a libertarian.
I know, but that still like defeats the point of being a libertarian.
Sorta. It depends on what you're talking about with libertarian. Depends on which philosophies you're going by.
Oh, yeah, that is true, because
there's like 6 main philosophies of libertarianism.
I still find the talk about like needing a driver's license, and I'm like, or you should need a driver's license to drive a car, and I'm like, that is the dumbest thing ever, because yeah, let's just have like a 4-year-old drive a car. You don't need a license for it.
Yeah.
Who says that a 4-year-old can't do it?
Right.
Like, yeah, like definitely bad things will happen. It's the same thing why drinking and driving is like not allowed, because it causes problems.
I drink and drive all the time. I keep a Monster in my cup holder.
Not that type of drinking. I actually that reminds me of what I did once when I was like I think I want to say 7 in 3rd grade.
Oh god.
So my mom drinks Red Bulls. So I didn't know what the phrase drinking and driving was, because they had, for some reason, for 3-year-olds in PSA saying, "Don't drink and drive, kids." And you're not 3-year-olds, for 3rd graders, and I didn't understand that. Well, I said, "My mom drinks and drives all the time." And my mom's also teachers aiding my class at when I say this, and she defends herself, and I'm like, "Well, yeah, you drink your Red Bulls." And then the teacher and her start laughing because I didn't understand drinking meant drinking alcohol.
Yeah.
and and they start laughing, and I'm like, God damn it.
The quest for
So it
clicks.
reminded me of that.
Yeah, no, when it comes down to it, I registered as a libertarian because I had to register as a party to run in the race that I was running in.
Yeah, no, that makes sense then.
Yeah.
It's just it's just like it's again, it's the point of like needing a license for a political belief. But I get what you were meaning.
Yeah, but the funny thing about this, right? This is a backwoods town in the middle of bumfuck nowhere, Alabama.
Yeah.
I am running for mayor.
Alabama.
I am running for mayor of said bumfuck nowhere town. It was right after we had established the office of the mayor because we had decided we were a city. I got more votes than a Democrat as a libertarian.
That's funny.
But I lost to the gay guy.
Ah, damn it.
I lost to the gay Republican.
God,
so whenever somebody goes, Republicans are all anti-gay and you people from the deep woods are all anti-gay, I go, I lived in a town in the middle of bumfuck nowhere, Alabama, with a gay mayor.
It was Republican.
Who was Republican. And then it's always, well, that doesn't count. Oh, fuck yeah, it does count.
They did pick me. They did pick me. I hate that. I hate the concepts of pick me's, because it's like at that point you're just dehumanizing
I mean,
Like,
No.
the
person
thing
that
is that they exist.
No, the thing is like, me and him grew up together. I've known him all my life. I literally ran as a libertarian and got the second most votes. Everybody loved the dude, even though he was a bit effeminate. He ran on the I don't care platform.
I mean, you should have ran on said platform too. I mean,
No, I ran on the I don't really give a shit platform.
oh yeah, it's the presentation.
Right. My platform
Yeah.
was, see, his whole thing was because it was a small rural town in bumfuck nowhere, northern Alabama. Hunting is a big industry, right?
Well, yeah.
And he was, yeah, I'm not going to step on hunters' rights like the other guy that was running. My platform was if you go out in the woods with a fully automatic gun and you only kill the wildlife, I'm not going to say shit.
You just have to scream. Ah, he was coming right at us.
It was coming right at us. Sir,
That's
how many?
actually...
I actually said stuff like, I hate the wardens. Game wardens are nothing but socialism in action.
That's funny.
I had a fight with so our postmaster for the town, right? Didn't actually live in the town, and I said that should be a violation of government code.
Oh, yeah, that's the running as a libertarian and saying, "Hey, that's against government code."
No, I said that no, it wasn't government code. That should be against civil codes. Why do we have a postmaster that doesn't live in town? Why is he traveling 2 hours to be our postmaster? We can stick a 4-year-old in that office and they would do a better job.
As he quite literally eats his crayons. Yeah, see, he's a natural-born Marine.
The postmaster approaches me and goes, "Why do you hate me? Because you have an anti-gun sticker on your car, sir."
What do you mean? It's just California.
Well, no, he
Did I
was.
stutter?
He was from one of the rich parts of Birmingham.
Oh, yeah.
And he was also flamboyantly gay, and he'd sit there like, "You hate homosexuals." No, I grew up with that dude. Me and him are friends on Facebook.
That actually means a lot in that area, so yeah.
Me and him are friends on Facebook. Me and him play games against each other.
No, I forget. It's like, oh, it's just Facebook. I'm like, wait a minute. It's in rural Appalachia. That means a lot.
Me and him play games together. Me and him grew up hunting together.
There's difference between rural Appalachia and San Fran.
I was both best men at his wedding. Why the hell are you running against him?
Why not?
Seemed like the thing to do.
Because I wanted to tell him to suck it.
Because I was bored. It was one of the times I was between jobs and I had nothing better to do.
Oh yeah. Quite literally, how some people went to office. I was bored.
I was bored.
No,
what else?
Surprised how many politicians in everywhere really. It's that majority of them were bored at one point, and so they're like, "Yeah, fuck it. Let me see if I can get people to rally against me."
What was the other thing I said? Oh yeah, the school in the town needs to be abolished.
Second that.
We should abolish the school in town, and I had concerned parents asking me why we should abolish the school in town. And I said, "Well, it's easier." I looked at her and I go, "It's easier than explaining to you that 45 students per one teacher works." And she goes, "Yeah, but if you stop funding the school, we have to build a new school." And I said that would be a far better outcome than sending kids to a school building that is literally too small for the amount of students in the school building.
And probably has asbestos.
It was built in 1972
It probably has asbestos.
after the Christian school burnt down.
It definitely has asbestos.
Well, not even then. It's like, there's way too many kids to cram into essentially a giant prison.
Also, how do you expect to teach 45 kids to one person?
So, the school was built before the town was incorporated as a town.
Well, yeah, I mean,
So,
you quite
and it was
literally said
also,
that, hey, the town, hey, so we decided to become a city.
yeah, well, we barely met the mark to be a city. By Southern
Yeah.
logic, we hit 300 people and we're like, yeah, it's a good idea to be a city.
It's totally a city.
Yeah.
So it was like, we just abolished the school. Why should we abolish? Well, first off, it can't expand anymore by government laws that I disagree with. The school is not big enough for the town. Like,
You see,
if the
I
school
have
was,
oh, sorry.
if the school was destroyed by a tornado, they cannot build the school on that plot of land because the area of land that is allotted to that school is too small by standards of the government. So they would literally have to buy another plot of land to build a new school.
Oh no, someone conveniently placed all this dynamite next to the empty school. Okay, let's not promote domestic terrorism. But one, that's really stupid. Two, I have to ask, when you say 300 people, what are you counting as the census here?
Oh, I'm using the U.S. federal census. It was 302 people. We decided to be a city.
Okay. Because you're from the south and from Appalachia, which, well...
Well, we tried counting the illegals and the cows, but they wouldn't let us.
See, that was where the opposite I was thinking.
We also tried to count the cats, the dogs, the deers. But they told us there's no way that a town of 350 people was actually a town of 55,000 people.
No, I love
Depending,
like,
how the deer season was that year.
Yeah, it's like the ones that haven't been hunted yet. But no, it's just I just find it funny how they count how the U.S. used to count people. It was men only, and then black men were 1/4 or 1/3 of a person.
Yeah. No, the city was mostly white.
Like, okay.
We didn't count.
So...
We didn't count the children in the census because Appalachia.
You don't count children. Well, you don't even count the sense. Like,
you're supposed to denote how. You're supposed to donate how many people live in your household.
Yeah, but like that still doesn't equate to the like total population. It's just the adults.
Yeah, I know. But it was 350 people. It was great. We decided to be a city. It was probably more like 300 people, but we cooked the books a little bit.
We're the old
50 of them were the same guy.
Same guy named
Just
Dave.
all of them named Thompson.
Yeah, Thompson. No,
No,
Mulder O'Reilly.
There was
no, you guys
there was an
God,
old
if you have to.
there was an old apartment block that had been overgrown by woods or by the forest because nobody owned the property. It was a Irish Day workers apartment block from back in that time period.
Yeah.
The United States government still thought it was a lived-in dwelling. So they would literally just add 50 people because they thought people were living in this building that had not been lived in for 100 years.
It's like there's a tree quite literally growing out of the window.
They're turning it into a hotel now.
No. That's good.
Yeah.
That's actually no. Like that's actually like yeah.
It
Reusing
was
your
one
own
of the
stuff.
nicer. It was one of the nicer day worker blocks. It wasn't like a tenement. It actually had rooms and stuff.
No, nice. Yeah.
Well,
But still,
mostly
it's like
because
imagine where it's like they would look at it, a literal tree is growing out the window, and it's like, yeah, 50 people live there.
You sure 50? It looks like 150 to me. Just add a couple more.
my
Let's not
favorite
highball this.
is my favorite is we had a church that was listed as a residential dwelling.
Yes, because it's God's house. God lives there.
It then burnt down.
Oh no, he got too
Uh,
high, didn't he?
well, that's the other thing that we were having problems with. Like, Southern Appalachia has a huge history of churches just randomly being burnt. A lot of
Oh,
church
you mean like
fires
the
happen.
rash of like the rash of church fires that's enveloped Canada here in the last 3 years?
Yes, but you
Let
see,
me-
your
Let me
rash
ask
of
this other question.
your rash of church fires do not start at the end of the Civil War and continue on today.
Hold on. What's that Stone Top comic that I wanted to mention?
Here in January, at least 33 Canadian churches have burned to the ground.
Only 33?
Since 2021.
Only 33?
These are historic churches, though.
That's rookie numbers. We get at least 33 burnt down a year.
Basically,
and I don't advocate for burning down churches. None of you fuckers go do it.
No, don't do that. No. By
I
God,
will. I will
do
find
not.
you, and I will. I will commit heinous acts of yelling at you.
But
out of the 23, out of the 33, 24 are confirmed to be arson, but no one ever is going to get arrested.
Oh no! Every church that's burnt down in Alabama since the end of the Civil War has been arson.
And then they're just like totally blaming it on the churches existing.
No. Nobody knows why it happens, but every once in a blue moon, somebody will wake up and they will say they hear the voice of God in their head telling them that the house of worship is evil and these house of worships have to be burnt down. It's weird.
Well, superstitious people, very southern, deeply religious, claims to hear voices. I feel like there is a correlation with all of this here.
Well, it's normally not even. The funny thing about it is, like, 9 times out of 10, it's not the person that you would expect to go arsonist.
Well,
it's normally like the most atypical Southerner that goes completely arsonist. And a lot of times they go crazy and then blow their brains out in the woods. I think I can say that. They commit seppuku via tube.
Dishonorable discharge.
Yes, dishonorable discharge. They bubble themselves for anybody that's watched Gundam. Yes. It's one of those weird things, and normally they show no signs of the stuff until right before they do it. The one time in 10, normally he gets caught after the second church fire. Or he burns himself in the church fire.
Seeking martyrdom. Yay.
No, normally it's method.
That's what the voices tell him. But
no, he didn't hear voices. He just wanted to be warm. But yeah, when it comes down to it, it's one of those weird things, like a highly superstitious, very religious people. I don't know what causes it. We've never caught one of the people that do it successfully and then commit dishonorable discharge. enough to study their mindset and why it happens. We've only ever just recovered writings from like journals and stuff. And it's just been known as, we call it church burning syndrome.
I mean, yeah. Also,
it seems to happen when they come into contact with these things called three-letter agencies.
But no, on
No,
the
that's
air
the
text.
methods.
So Took, when you were mentioning church burnings in Canada, they kind of happen to be in this type of situation.
Oh god, it's spreading.
What?
Next thing you know.
You mentioned like you mentioned the church burnings in Canada or
Oh,
whatever.
no. These are entirely due to native tensions.
Oh.
Because, okay, fun thing. We had this thing back in, like, I want to say the early 50s or the 40s or something like that. Anyway, a bunch of native children got forcefully taken away from their parents by the state. And while that is horrible and all of this terrible things, that's one of the big things that they, go on about. And they got restitution. I shouldn't have to pay for something that my ancestors did, is my big thing. When I already have enough problems.
No, I agree.
For two, the people that did it should pay for it, not me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But as a Canadian, you should feel bad for the actions that fellow Canadian. Yeah, no. I am agreeing with you. Fuck
I
off.
know. Just straight up no.
It's. I actually, if anything, I was actually trying to. Speaking of Canada, I was trying to explain that stupid like Canadian broadcasting law where it's like all content, even on YouTube, has to be Canadian focus or something like that. How
Yeah,
stupid that
good
is.
luck.
Well, yeah, no. And my mom was like, "Well, I watch Canadian YouTubers sometimes, and they like work with the U.S. and stuff." I'm like, "Yeah, but like, is their content centric around Canadian and Canadian culture?" And she goes, "Well, not really. It's kind of like just housing stuff or like arts and crafts." And like, yeah, that's the problem.
Yep.
Like that won't be a part of that law. Like I watch a couple of gaming YouTubers that are from Canada as well, and their
They'll like
content
pretty
isn't
much have to
obviously.
do everything around Canada for some stupid reason because Trudeau's an idiot.
Honestly,
And
at
the
this
people
point, just
running
place
him
a
are
fucking.
idiots.
I mean, all you have to do is just place like a tiny PNG of Canadian flag in the corner and just move on with your life.
Yep, that's why
That's how you do it.
That's how short feta taco gets around that law. There's
Well, it
always
hasn't been
something.
instituted yet.
Yeah, no, it hasn't been instituted. No,
But it is dumb. No,
it's dumb because
as are
it's
most
just...
of the initiatives undertaken by the Trudeau government within the last his entire reign.
But
yeah,
no, when it comes to Southern mentalities, I am just waiting for the two to discover what the Lost are.
The who now?
So, the Lost, the Forsaken, it's Appalachian story. Every once
Isn't
in
that
a
the
while,
people who wander off into the woods or something?
it starts with they will start staring off into the woods, and they'll say the woods are calling them. They keep hearing their name, and the woods are calling them, and they really want to go in the woods for some reason. And then one day they'll walk off in the woods, never to be seen again. Or if they're seen again, they're just brainless animals. It's not something you normally want to see because it's a bad omen.
See, this actual phenomenon is a thing about isolationism.
Oh, the funny part about that is it's not the isolated communities that happens in.
Well, no, it's so usually what it is, it's so I'm not saying about these people's cases because I don't know exactly everything, but it's that idea that you've lived in the one place your whole life, you've never really expanded outward, and that you've just been stuck there and like essentially walking in a rut. And you don't really do anything to do anything else to get out of said rut.
So, if I remember correctly, the story is because I've seen one of these creatures before. Generally, it's Appalachians that move away and have to come back.
I was gonna say I have two. He's on TV running your country.
Well, no, Joe
See,
Biden
he's a
doesn't care.
skinwalker. He's a
Completely different
skinwalker.
thing.
That's a separate. Yeah, that's a separate thing.
I mean, I wanted to
Um,
do a documentary series on all of the cryptids of Appalachia, but this is. I've seen one of these creatures. The thing about these creatures is generally it's an Appalachian that moved away and came back. They live in a more populated area of north or of southern Appalachia instead of a isolated area of or Appalachia. And it generally starts with most of the cases I've done research on. It starts with they'll see a strange light in the sky or something like that, and then they'll start hearing the woods singing to them stuff. It sounds like a mental issue.
yes.
Yeah, that's why I
Obviously.
said if I ever go back to those damn mountains, I'm going to die.
Uh, but the other thing, not necessarily with this, but when I mean like these people they won't branch out to do anything new. They won't like just randomly be like decide, hey, I'm gonna go left instead of right to get to work, right?
Um, yeah, I know the type of people you're talking about.
I know like this case is different. I'm just saying like generally it's the isolationist idea where it's like they self-isolate without realizing they do because they don't do anything new.
Yeah, yeah, no.
And then it's these people that will have that break.
Yeah.
Like a sudden fucking crash and then they break doing something completely uncharacteristic of them, but like in the worst ways possible.
Yeah.
Because usually either harms themselves or harms others.
Yeah, I guess that's why the more isolated populations don't tend to have this problem because we're constantly having to be prepared for all of our superstitious bullshit. We're constantly having to think of new ways to trap the door, as it were. I mean, growing up, I've seen some shit, but I remember seeing one of these, and my grandfather told me, close the window blinds, you don't want to stare into their eyes.
Damn.
The other thing is, it's most
Wait, so
likely
what
they
was
got
it like?
high
Just
off
out on your
eating
property or
eating
something?
mushrooms.
They don't eat mushrooms. They attack wildlife and cattle. But
No, that's not what I was meaning. I think like when they go out to these woods, they'll like return to like a weird animalistic primal thing and probably got really high off mushrooms, like random
something.
wild mushrooms.
I mean, it's really weird to explain it because there's not really a lot of fauna in Appalachia that will get you that high.
Yeah. Also, shrooms only grow in like literal cow shit.
Yeah, so you
That's
would see.
not.
There's
No. I'm not meaning like psychedelic shrooms. I'm meaning like poisonous stuff, like just
Most
random shit.
poisonous mushrooms will just straight up kill you. You won't see anything. You'll just die.
I forget what my grandfather said causes it. Uh, it's one of those
Whatever.
weird stories that
You
like.
see, they went away and they lost everything, and now they're pussies.
Well, no, like my grandfather said, it could affect anybody that moves away and comes back, and it generally only affects the people that live right on the outskirts of cities that have, a huge friend group and stuff like that. It's part of the reason why we stayed out in the deep woods. That and my dad wanted me to grow up the same way he did. Because, survival. But supposedly, if you look these people in the eyes, it summons something really bad. Um, my inner Appalachian superstitions coming out on this one because we're told also not to speak the name.
What about type it?
Can't
Also,
type
you're
it.
nowhere near Appalachia. You're in Montana.
Yeah, and
And
the mentality is still like
it's part of
a
my
thing.
culture.
It's engraved.
Yeah.
Yeah, quite literally, yes.
It's like why there was never a number 4. Oh, was it there? Yeah, there was no number 4 on the baccarat table because the Chinese people were absolutely terrified of that because it's synonymous with death.
Yeah. But that's
Yeah,
the
because
thing.
Well, there's no 13th floor in a lot of apartment buildings.
Yep. The thing
People on the
about that
14th floor, you know
is
what floor you're really on. If you jump out of the 14th floor hoping to kill yourself, you will die earlier.
the thing about that is when it comes down to it, uh, it's one of those strange phenomenon. I have seen people that went that way. No clue why. Nobody ever explained it. Psychiatrists have been out there to explain it. They disappear.
well,
Good
it's
eating.
like it's like it's like the Appalachians don't trust anyone.
Oh no, my favorite was you know, the people Josh Moneymaker, his Bigfoot crew, right?
Yeah.
You know the reason they never went to northern Alabama or eastern Tennessee?
They would disappear.
Ghost hunters tried it once. They came to one of the famous haunted places in northern Alabama. It was a big deal. Uh, all of the Appalachian folks said, "Stay the fuck away from that building. It's bad."
Bad
That
juju vibes.
that episode never aired. They instead aired the one at Sloss's Furnace, which is where a black man was pushed into a steel furnace.
I remember Sloss's Furnace.
Yeah, it's in
I
Birmingham,
used to
Alabama.
watch that with my ex.
Yeah. But they were investigating one of the more haunted locations in northern Alabama that we call. I think it was a twofer. They were doing the McKay Party House, as the
See,
young people call it.
the one thing that I saw from that actually made me question stuff was the very first video that I ever produced, where you see a brick just fucking come out of nowhere.
Yeah.
That one has given me pause, but then again, it was bit crunched all to fuck, so you couldn't tell if somebody was there or not.
Well, apparently they walked into the McKay farmhouse, which was part of the twofer, right? And immediately a chair was flung at the front door. And the members that walked into the house said that all they heard, and they heard it in this deep southern drawl, "Get the fuck out of my house."
Get the fuck out of my hand.
I think the local crackhead was speaking.
So they were worried that there was somebody from the local community playing a prank on them. I can't remember. I think it was A&E that had their show.
See, this is
I don't remember
this is
who
why
had
you
it.
need Chad Ghost Puncher. Chair gets flung at door. Chad Ghost Puncher. No.
Literally,
I
the
love
network
that
they were
fucking
on
story.
questioned everybody in the local town, and they looked at them and went, "We don't go anywhere near that fucking house. Ain't nobody been near that house in 100 years. That
Except you
house,
idiots.
except you, it is. We don't go near that house. We don't know what's in that house. Could be a ghost, could be a cryptid. We don't give a fuck. We don't go near that house." Immediate response of one of the producers, "Well, who maintains the lawn?" "Ain't nobody maintained that lawn in 100 years, honey."
It's just never grown.
It just knows better. It stays neat and orderly. I think the other place they tried to investigate was the Sulphur Springs Sanitarium. which is I've been to.
How was it?
You don't go there at dark.
Why not?
You will die.
From what?
Sulfur poisoning.
How?
There's a reason it's called Sulfur Springs.
Yeah, but why would it be more prevalent at night?
You can't see the gas clouds at night because of how hazy Alabama's atmosphere is.
Oh, what about just wearing a gas mask?
Eventually, the sulfur will eat through the gas mask filters.
Yeah, but not that quickly. You'd be able to get out of there having a gas mask.
Maybe. There's pictures of it from Old Highway 31. I've been there. It was a health and relaxation spa and a sanitarium. Now it's abandoned. And
Gee, I wonder why.
you're actually not even
Springs?
Sulfur Springs. And you're actually not supposed to go there. Something poisonous spring.
I mean, quite literally, I went up to Radium Springs there in BC the other couple of years back. Take it one guess why it's hot. Yeah, it was one of those, hey, we're going to sell this as like the miracle cure. Everybody come to Radium Springs. It's cool.
Well, I've also been to the second most powerful nuclear power plant in the U.S. It's what powers... No. The second most powerful nuclear power plant in the U.S. is in Alabama. It's what powers the city of Huntsville. It's called Browns Ferry.
Isn't that the one that's his cooling is dependent on the tides of the river it's next to?
Yes.
And if that ever per se had a drought, how
it's also known for having I think it's 20 something meltdowns since 1979.
that's not good.
One of which was caused by a candle.
A what?
A candle.
How?
Gas is really flammable.
What? Yeah. Why was a candle near flammable gas?
Because the air ventilation system went out and the lights went out, so the technician lit a candle. And started walking next to air vents with said candle.
No.
Apparently, gas had was escaping through the air ventilation system. As the motto goes with Browns Ferry, learn from Chernobyl.
I feel like Chernobyl is a good thing to know. A good thing to learn by whenever it comes to not fucking around. Hey man, let's see this cool. You want to see this cool trick with a with a screwdriver?
Ah, yes. The Canadian dude who said, you know what, the Demon Core ain't that tough.
I will send you a picture of one of these spring sinkholes. Well, I'll put it in voice the whatever.
On the air.
Yeah. Notice the color.
Yeah.
Notice the color. It's a pretty color.
Yeah.
Is this an aerial photograph?
No, it's people standing next to it.
The fuck?
It's called black sulfur.
Me
Literally,
and my
that's
intrusive thoughts on wanting to drink said funny little juice.
it is called black sulfur. It
Dare to put your
is
dick in it.
it is extremely, extremely deadly.
Hey, Brad, dip your balls in it.
I know we're laughing at everything, but you know someone's probably done that.
Yeah.
People used to take baths in those springs. But
Well,
you want to know
yeah,
what's even
it
funnier
used to
than?
be a spring.
Do you know what's even funnier than that?
Yeah.
If you go to the other side of the mountain, it is freshwater.
Yeah, it's almost like it's you know, a natural filter.
That they test constantly for
For sulfur?
Yep.
Yeah, that makes sense. I like, not gonna lie, that makes a lot of sense. If the other side is, you know, death and incarnate.
Mm-hmm. I've been there.
Oh shit.
Also, there are random fires that happen in that area, and nobody's ever explained why.
It's like there's something called sulfur and, you know, gas and the heat and humidity. Hmm. Hmm. Strange phenomenon.
This is a picture of the hotel that used to be there. Also, it wasn't always full of sulfur. At one point in time, it was actually fresh water. Which is what made it even more amazing.
We're still alive, aren't we?
Mm-hmm. Although I'm about to end it. I've literally just spent this entire stream talking. No gameplay.
Yeah.
Eh.
That's fine.
Am I allowed to do that?
I'm like 90% certain that's like all of Twitch. In some degree.
I don't know how many viewers I had on Twitch. Doesn't tell me. Anyways, thank you guys for watching. I've been Jackie. Bye.